Members, when we rose, we had just completed the draft value-added tax amendment to Schedule Number 1, Number 2 order. Minister for National Security.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. Mr. Speaker, this bill is to give effect to the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. The treaty was signed on the 6th day of July 2017. According to the Caribbean community, the objectives of the treaty under Article 2 is to establish within the Caribbean community a system of arrest and surrender of requested persons for the purposes of conducting in respect of those persons a criminal prosecution for an applicable offense or executing a custodial sentence or greater punishment where the requested persons have fled from justice after being convicted or sentenced for an applicable offense. Mr. Speaker, the system of surrender of persons on the basis of a CARICOM arrest warrant will reduce the delays and high costs associated with extradition. 9 member states have signed this treaty and 5 member states have ratified. The treaty has been in force since the 7th day of June 2019. This was an acknowledgement of the need to enhance security in the CARICOM region for the further deepening of regional integration. According to Article 3 of the treaty applies to all offenses except a political offense if it does not involve death or violence against a person, or an offense under military law, which is not also an offense under criminal law. Article 4 to 12 of the treaty provide for the grounds for issuance of CARICOM arrest warrants, judicial and central authorities, and particularly relating to the CARICOM arrest warrant, transmission of a CARICOM arrest warrant, arrest and detention, surrender procedure, surrender decision, effects of the surrender, and the grounds for refusal to execute arrest warrants from CARICOM. The model bill was approved by the CARICOM Legal Affairs Committee and is now the responsibility of each member state, including St. Lucia, to enact the model bill in its parliament. Therefore, this bill is basically the bill that was approved by the CARICOM Legal Affairs Committee. In the bill, minister is defined as the Minister for National Security under Clause 2 in the bill. Mr. Speaker, Part 1 of the bill, CARICOM arrest warrant, makes provision for an issuing judicial authority under Clause 7 of the bill, the grounds for issuance of a CARICOM arrest warrant under Clause 8 of the bill, and the central authority under Clause 9 of the bill. Clauses 10, 11, and 12 of the bill provide for the expenses of administering the bill, the executing judicial authority, and the power to arrest and surrender. The form of a CARICOM arrest warrant is provided for under Clause 13 of the bill, and the transmission of a CARICOM arrest warrant is provided under Clause 14 of the bill. Provisions are made under Clauses 15, 16, and 17 of the bill for the authentication of a document arrest and detention and the jurisdiction of a magistrate. A requested person may consent to being surrendered to an issuing participating member under Clause 18 of the bill. In Clause 9 and 20 and 20 of the bill, provisions are made for a CARICOM arrest warrant relating to more than one offense, the surrender procedure, and the surrender decision. The rule of speciality, deduction of period of detention, and grounds for mandatory non-execution of the CARICOM arrest warrant are provided for under Clauses 22 and 23 of the bill, and 24 of the bill. The grounds for optional non-execution of a CARICOM arrest warrant proportionally and multiple CARICOM arrest warrants and provided for under clauses 25, 26, and 27 of the bill. Mr. Speaker, provisions are made under clauses 28, 29, and 30 of the bill for CARICOM arrest warrants and requests for extradition, transit, and surrender of a person by an issuing participating member to another participating member. Clauses 31, 32, and 33 of the bill make provision for the surrender of a person by an issuing participating member to a third state, searches for the purposes of a CARICOM arrest warrant and handing over of property. The CARICOM arrest warrant and request for extradition, bilateral arrangement between participating members and double jeopardy are provided for under clauses 44, 45, and 46 of the bill. Part 2 of the bill, miscellaneous, provides under clauses 38 and 39 and 40 of the bill for the making of regulations by the Attorney General, a negative resolution for subsidiary legislation, and amendment of the schedules. Mr. Speaker, please note that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Act Cap 19.28 is repealed under Clause 31 of the bill. Clause 42 of the bill provides savings and transitional provisions. Mr. Speaker, this is another effort of the government to deal with the crime situation in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, and generally in CARICOM as a whole, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, the crime pandemic seems to be a CARICOM problem. Heads of government have debated. In fact, there have been at least 2 conferences held on the issue of crime. The issue of crime in the region, Mr. Speaker. In fact, some people, or in fact, crime as a health issue, crime as a public health issue, Mr. Speaker, the situation has been described as a public health issue, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no single policy that will cause any instant change to the crime situation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every CARICOM country suffers from this pandemic. What is needed, Mr. Speaker, is a holistic approach and a whole of society approach. And in terms of this bill, is a whole of CARICOM approach, Mr. Speaker. Because the entire CARICOM region, they are deciding that when a crime is committed in one country, arrest can be issued in that country, and the person can be sent to his country where the crime originated for processes to go through, Mr. Speaker. Before, there had to be extradition and a whole thing surrounding extradition, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I really hope, Mr. Speaker, that we as politicians understand that we are playing with fire when we try, Mr. Speaker, to gain political mileage with the crime when there's an increase in crime, Mr. Speaker, or when there is a spike in crime, in criminal activity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, criminals have no friends. Criminals are selfish. Criminals will destroy a country or destroy anything they can, Mr. Speaker, to satisfy them. So those of us who believe that when we play games, and try to sensationalize crime, Mr. Speaker, when we attack the Commissioner of Police for no reason, Mr. Speaker, you cannot tell me, Mr. Speaker, that the Commissioner of Police can be attacked openly, Mr. Speaker, for absolutely no reason but for a perception. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question. Do you think that any right-thinking police officer commissioner of police, or any right-thinking politician, or any right-thinking prime minister, past or present, or wannabe, you think that person would like to take over a country with a pandemic of crime, Mr. Speaker? Something's got to be wrong with you, Mr. Speaker, when you believe that people will enjoy, that I would enjoy as minister, and I will do nothing and let the crime spiral, Mr. Speaker, because I enjoy it. Mr. Speaker, something would have to be wrong with you, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, we are selfish, Mr. Speaker, and we believe, Mr. Speaker, in some people with their selfish motives believe that once they can touch the emotions of people, Mr. Speaker, because the fact, people are emotional about crime, people are anxious about crime, people are emotional, and if you prick that emotional button with help from abroad, you may get some level of success because you are pushing an emotion, Mr. Speaker. So what do? We have to stop this business of pretending that crime began in 2026. We have to stop it, Mr. Speaker. In 2021 and 2025. Because you appear, you believe that, Mr. Speaker, the member for Central Castries made a very good point. And it's a point which is not a point because one murder is too much. I've been on record as saying one murder is too much, Mr. Speaker. But between 2016 and 2017 was the highest crime of murders in this country. You think I will blame somebody for that? Do you think I will blame somebody for that? Or blame the Prime Minister at the time for that? Or do you think I'll have programs and programs and programs trying to imply that the Prime Minister was responsible? No, we're not doing that. What we do, Mr. Speaker, is we look for gaps in the system that we can fill. The CARICOM arrest warrant treaty, Mr. Speaker, was ratified from 2019. It was ratified, the treaty was signed in 2017, but the bill wasn't passed in the Parliament. We saw that, we're trying to fill that gap. The gang legislation, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney General is working on the gang legislation to tighten up, Mr. Speaker, to tighten up these selfish people who say they are gang leaders, Mr. Speaker. The Firearms Act, tighten it up. The Money Laundering Act, tighten it up, Mr. Speaker. The Domestic Violence Act, tighten it up. That's what we're doing. We're looking for gaps in the system. We're looking to strengthen the system so that we can take these criminals to task, Mr. Speaker. So what we ask for, Mr. Speaker, is for us to find common ground. And I'm making that plea again, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, if we have to make an argument and discuss or argue and have a conversation, Mr. Speaker, on this whole crime situation, Mr. Speaker, we'll clearly find the gaps. We'll find the gaps, Mr. Speaker. So we mustn't be sanctimonious about it and pretend that the government is happy when there's crime. Why would the government be happy? Why? What gain do we have by a country that where the murder rate is increasing? What gain do we have, Mr. Speaker? We've gone as far as bringing the regional security system when things were hard. We had the courage to do it. We had the courage to pass the Escalated Crime Areas Act. We were criticized. We had the courage to do it. We weren't afraid. We faced it. We faced the criminality with these laws, Mr. Speaker. And we talk about resources, Mr. Speaker. We speak about judge alone trials, Mr. Speaker. That law has been passed a long time ago in St. Lucia. It was passed in this Parliament a long time ago. The judge alone trials, that law is passed there, right there. What you put together is the infrastructure. If you look at every budget, you see there's a swift justice vote in every budget, Mr. Speaker, to hasten trials. But the issue that, Mr. Speaker, is difficult for the judiciary to get judges and other court personnel. That's not my fault. So the backlog of cases, Mr. Speaker, we have, it's difficult to find magistrates, difficult to find judges to deal in criminal cases. We put direct, and if you look at the estimates of expenditure, you'll see money in there for swift justice program, Mr. Speaker. With the problem in court buildings, you heard courts were closing, no courts, no building for courts, Mr. Speaker. After COVID, court we began to use during COVID, and immediately after COVID, we began to have virtual courts, Mr. Speaker. We've invested millions of dollars in trying to make the court system more digital friendly. Millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. Then the government took a position that we would build a house of justice to have all, because some trials, there must be a face-to-face trial. Some people believe that let the accuser face the accused, Mr. Speaker. Criticize for the House of Justice all figures bandied around the place, Mr. Speaker, and you speak about backlog of cases, Mr. Speaker, how many times? And the saddest thing, Mr. Speaker, the saddest thing is when the government takes a position or when a policy is enacted, instead of the opposition supporting the policy in a serious way, not in writing a letter, in a serious way, Mr. Speaker. Instead of doing that, they wait for it to fail and for hoping that it fails, and they fall back on it, Mr. Speaker. Look at the unfortunate situation with the K9, Mr. Speaker. You mean to tell me the opposition can support and make a point that the government or people in the government are responsible for the untimely death of the K9? You think that's right? You think that's the right thing to do? I mean, put all politics aside. So you think somebody will vote for you because you say somebody in the government was responsible for the death of the K9, Mr. Speaker? And we disbanded the K9. Mr. Speaker, we never disbanded any K9. We never disbanded means you cast it aside. We did not. We did not, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy to tell you that we believe that our friends who understand what we are doing, very soon we will get another K9 to add to the K9 that we have now, Mr. Speaker. Very soon that may happen, Mr. Speaker, with the help of our friends. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of Police, he came to the public and he had a complete crime strategy. He called it his crime prevention strategy. It was made public. So when you hear about what the government is doing about crime, it was made public to be discussed. The commissioner was in the public domain. He was on radio. He was on television discussing the crime prevention strategy, Mr. Speaker. And with adding to that crime prevention strategy, Mr. Speaker, the government increased the resources for the police force to help that strategy as envisaged by the commissioner, Mr. Speaker. But you would believe, listen to the opposition, you believe that nothing is the nothing. Nothing was done, nothing, Mr. Speaker. And we ask that solutions to crime, Mr. Speaker. A crime command center. A crime command center is men sitting down in a room. What we've done is we've done a gang, drugs, and narcotics unit. We've taken qualified people who understand the street crime. We put them in a one unit, gangs, drugs, and narcotics. In fact, the Commissioner of Police did that, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, I am taking no responsibility for the operational matters of the Royal Lucia Police Force. No matter how they criticize me, my job is policy direction. My job is to benchmark them, benchmark the police. My job is to get advice from the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Speaker. But don't believe you can gain things politically if you try, as you said before, that every murder in this country I'm responsible. Mr. Speaker, that will not get us anywhere. Because if, God forbid, Mr. Speaker, and the opposition wins the election, God forbid, Mr. Speaker, the situation will continue the same way it spiked by nearly 100% between 2016 and 2017. So don't, Mr. Speaker, so you're shocked, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, if you want to have a serious discussion, let's sit down and discuss serious things. Let's discuss why there seems to be a pandemic of crime between our young men, starting from as early an age as 13 or 14 in gangs. Let's sit and discuss that. Let's sit and discuss it. Let's sit and discuss what would cause a young man to take a gun, leave his home, and go to somebody he went to school with and put a gun by his head and shoot it and fire it. That's what we have to discuss. Let's discuss the crime prevention strategies that we have started. Let's give advice to the Minister of Crime Prevention, Mr. Speaker, who was ridiculed when he was appointed, ridiculed, whereas people across the world were congratulating the government for having a former policeman, somebody who understood the whole issues as this around crime, as a minister. We were criticized and ridiculed, Mr. Speaker, and then we placed sanctimonious at one point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are laws and regulations that we must meet. Every new police officer is polygraphed. Every recruit is polygraphed. There are some recruits who were not allowed to continue their training because they were not successful at the polygraph test, Mr. Speaker. And every policeman in a specialized unit is polygraphed. Special branch, SSU, drug squad, yep, and the intelligence, you have polygraph, Mr. Speaker. But you know, and I know, that there are reasons why civil servants cannot be polygraphed, cannot be compelled to be polygraphed. We know that. We know that, Mr. Speaker. But again, for cheap politics will appear as if the government is not doing anything. Not doing anything, Mr. Speaker. Not doing anything. Mr. Speaker, listen to, how can you tell me, how is it possible, Mr. Speaker, how is it possible for us to put a GPS on every sea vessel? How is that? How can any government be able to put a GPS on any sea vessel, on every sea vessel, Mr. Speaker? A GPS on everyone? How is it possible? What resources do you have to police the sea to find every vessel out there has a GPS? Fishermen, there are licensed fishermen in this country. There's legislation for licensed fishermen, and the process and the procedure for that is clearly defined, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are trying our best, and I'm not going to talk about the resources that we've made available to the police. I'm going to say that tomorrow, because tomorrow we are providing the police with more resources. Tomorrow. There I'm going to outline what we've done, the resources we've given the police. So, Mr. Speaker, anybody believes that they can finger me directly and say I must take blame, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying, I'm blaming inefficiency. If there's inefficiency, yes, somebody must take blame. If there's corruption in the police force, somebody must take blame. If the policemen do not do their duty, somebody must take blame. If there's corruption, somebody must take blame, Mr. Speaker. If there's a lack of confidence by members of the force among themselves, somebody must take blame, Mr. Speaker. If in the police force there's unfairness, somebody must take blame. I agree. Don't tell me you blame everybody because a criminal, once a criminal is behaving out of whack, Mr. Speaker, impacts. The leader of the opposition said this morning that impacts us, our being, our creation. I mean, where are you heading? Where are you heading? There was an unfortunate situation where evidence is missing, Mr. Speaker. You would swear that the opposition knew when the evidence disappeared. You would swear that they knew. Because that event happened in 2019. How do you know when the Commissioner of Police, to his credit, he came to the public and he said there was evidence disappeared. He was honest, he was transparent. He took responsibility. He didn't back down and blame everybody else. He took responsibility. He said that evidence disappeared and his investigations are continuing. He could have hidden it. He could have pushed back. He could have blamed anybody. He said that it's going to be an investigation. But you swear I'm the one who took the evidence. If you had the opposition, you believe that the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all for cheap political gain, because they believe that that's going to get them to the promised land, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue. We will continue to do what we are doing to improve the crime situation, Mr. Speaker. We will continue with our crime intervention policies, Mr. Speaker. We will continue with them. We will continue with our crime intervention policies, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work with the private organizations, the NGOs like RISE and Ubuntu. We'll continue to work with them. When we made a cash donation to Ubuntu to help in the crime prevention, we were criticized again by the opposition. And now, because there has been some success, they want to take credit, Mr. Speaker. Through the SSDF, there are a number of initiatives that's happening. Our Boys Matter. A number of initiatives in the prisons. When USAID stopped funding the prison intervention programs that the government was working with USAID, we took over the slack and we funded the private sector to deal with it, Mr. Speaker. That's what we are doing, because we are concerned, and we do not believe that we can win elections because we ride on the crime wagon. But they double speak all the time. Double speak. Accuse people all the time. The only time, Mr. Speaker, you can accuse somebody of being a criminal is when they are arrested. When somebody is arrested for being a criminal, you can accuse them of being a criminal, Mr. Speaker. But they accuse people all the time. Call people all sorts of names. Call people's children all sorts of names. People's spouses, all kind of things. All kind of innuendo. Many times, Mr. Speaker, that the leader of the opposition, he'll deny it, can go on public radio and say that the Labour Party people should be flogged, and to back it up, another of his members says that the Prime Minister should be flogged on Derek Walcott Square. Nothing from the opposition leader, nothing. That's not violence. Yeah, on radio, Mr. Speaker, that somebody should bust my head in New York. No condemnation. That's not crime. That's not crime. No condemnation. But you double speak. You double speak, Mr. Speaker. The Labour Party people should be flogged. And it's so good, another member repeats it. Mr. Speaker, these things, they are concerning, Mr. Speaker. Very concerning. When you had a double speaking. The double speaking, Mr. Speaker, no one ever says, the leader of the opposition never says, calling on me to do things. He never says to any of his members, recall what you said. But they follow him. So, wow, you must be vexed. You're not angry? When people are angry, what do they do? When you call for war, what do they do? No, never recall anything. When you call people to be flogged, the Prime Minister should be flogged. And to make sure people knew where he wanted the Prime Minister to be flogged, he said that he used to call Derek Walker Square, Columbus Square. And now it's Derek Walker Square. To be sure that the adults understood what he was talking about. Not a word from the leader of the opposition. Not a word of condemnation, because they were following him. Because they were following him. Because he said it first. He'll come and tell you that's not what he meant. What he meant was they shouldn't be flogged, but they should be flogged. And what he meant was there was something wrong with the speaker. But you know, and if you say that, you're accused of all kinds of things. Who flogged who, when, at what time in history? But if you say that, whoa, man, you break, according to people, who can say, wa, last vierge. They started, you know, they started. And when you respond, historically, what was flogged and associated with? But that's not crime. That's not crime. That's good behavior. That's my fault. Why? Why? You speaking about flogging people and you in public radio where everybody has you. Nobody stops you. Nobody stops you. We could not demonstrate. Every other day you want to have a demonstration said, we don't say anything. We allow it. The kind of things that are said about the members of the government every Sunday on social media, the things that are said, Mr. Speaker, you're talking about a country where people are suppressed. The accusations, the innuendo, the misinformation, the calls for war. And once you respond, something is wrong with you. Don't go into the past. Don't say that. Don't do it, Mr. Speaker. I have never called for anybody to be flogged. Never. In my entire political life, I've never called for anybody to be flogged. Never. That's not what I'm about. Never called for it. So when you try and quote me and play I double speak when I say a simple thing like I never tell journalists mind your business, big thing. That's an offense. He double speaking. He said mind your business. But Mr. Speaker, the government will continue, and that is why we are putting this piece of legislation together, Mr. Speaker. This is why we are doing it, because we know that we will prevail, because our intentions, or my intentions, are honorable. We will prevail, Mr. Speaker. We will prevail. History has shown that truth always prevails, Mr. Speaker. That's what history shows, Mr. Speaker. So we not believe that by double speaking and playing on one hand, you saying something, whereas on the other hand, you sit down and you hear people say it. You said nothing about it. In fact, they repeat it. They follow you. They follow you, Mr. Speaker. I make no bones about it, Mr. Speaker. I am ready to discuss, if anybody see a solution to the crime situation in St. Lucia. I'm ready. We went to all the crime as a public health issue, all the meetings we went to, and look, we passing the enabling legislation. The government is doing whatever. We're increasing resources to the police force. But if I say I am not involved in police operational matters, where is the offense in that? Where is the offense in that? So if the Minister of Health says he's not a doctor, he commits an offense. Policing and crime prevention is a specialist situation. It's for specialists, not for laymen. Laymen have ideas, but policing is for specialists, Mr. Speaker. And regardless of what you all say, I will continue to say the operational matters are in the hands of the police force, and I have confidence that the police force will take up the mantle and do what they have to do, Mr. Speaker. I will continue to say it, and I will never criticize the Commissioner of Police in public. I'll call him and have a discussion. What message do you send when you call the Commissioner of Police? And the leader of the opposition said nothing. Nothing. When you call the Commissioner in open and disrespect him. When you disrespect the office of the Prime Minister, you don't disrespect me, you know. I have said over and over again, the job of Prime Minister is a temporary job. I've said so over and over again. I'm here because the people of Cassis East voted for me and my colleagues here selected me. It's a temporary job. Nobody died and left it for me. What my father died and left for me was manners and respect. Nobody died and left anything for me. I don't believe I have any God-given right to be Prime Minister. I was in politics for several years before I became Prime Minister. I waited my turn. So if I have become Prime Minister today, it's after long and hard struggle and the confidence of the people of Labour, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm Prime Minister. And it doesn't belong to me. This job does not belong to me. I have it temporarily. So all those who believe that the Prime Ministership is theirs and they must have it, they do whatever they want to have, Mr. Speaker. Not me. Not me. You will never get me to go where you all go to become Prime Minister. Never. You never invoking, Mr. Speaker. Invoking. You think Bolom Laja bless. Mr. Speaker, do you know that witchcraft is still an offense in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker? Going for all kinds, the lowest limits, Mr. Speaker. The court has a judgment, you blame the government. I mean, Mr. Speaker, where are we getting, Mr. Speaker? Where are we? Where are we in this country? Why must the opposition drag this country where they want because they believe they can win elections by doing that? What has the government to do with the judgments of the court? Caribbean Court of Justice outside there, no CCJ, no CCJ, demonstrating, trying to make justice more reachable to the public of St. Lucia. Out there, demonstration. Then the first people who run to the CCJ are the opposition. The same people out there, and then he'll have an excuse. The excuse is we ask for consultation. That's the excuse. But we asked you for consultation. When the first law came, there's a 90-day period where the opposition could make their claims. 90 days. They didn't do it. Excuse, Mr. Speaker. CCJ, again, helping the process. The same people who are speaking about the backlog of cases want to slow down the system when it seeks to get these cases resolved earlier, Mr. Speaker. The same people go to the Privy Council. Yes, ages to the Privy Council. Can't afford. How can you get justice when you can't afford it? The CCJ, instead of you support it, you attack it. You attack it. And now the first people to go there is the opposition, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this crime situation, the situation which I don't like, I don't approve, I'm concerned. I'm sure the leader of the opposition is concerned also. But no, but for politics, cheap politics, Mr. Speaker. Cheap politics, Mr. Speaker. Cheap politics, Mr. Speaker. Making a big story, Mr. Speaker, separating law enforcement from revenue. The leader of the opposition knows very well what happened there. He knows, because he tried. He knows. But no. Cameras. You mean to tell me I will go in public and tell criminals where every camera is? You think the police will go and say, criminal, they have a camera there, they have a camera here. They have 2,000 cameras. They have one everywhere. Go and tell everybody. Go and tell everybody for politics. CCTV cameras. So the government must say where the cameras are. Make sense? According to the member from Viva South, make that make sense. Tell people where cameras are. Tell them. Tell all the criminals what's your strategy. Tell them your policies. Tell them what you're doing. Tell them how much money you have out for reward. Tell them everybody. These are the solutions for crime. These are the solutions. Mr. Speaker, I once more call on members to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and support all the measures that the government is trying, Mr. Speaker, to see if we can combat the crime issue. But it's a deeply rooted problem that we have in this region, and that's why the CARICOM arrest warrant is a very important bill, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, I urge members to support it. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the CARICOM arrest warrant treaty bill be read a second time. The member for Mico North. Or you defer to the Mico Minister? You're both deferring to each other. Member for Mico North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me first start by expressing my deepest condolences to the families of those who lost their lives on Saturday, and also to the families of victims of violent crimes this year. I'd also like to wish a speedy recovery to the innocent bystanders who sustained injuries. And there is no running away from the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the past few days have been particularly rough for us as a nation. And we cannot allow this situation to go unchecked or unabated, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow a few individuals who have lost all respect for life to think that they can control the streets of St. Lucia. And whilst I say that, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that I commend the men and women of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. I want to commend them for their swift action, which led to several arrests happening over the weekend. But, Mr. Speaker, arresting after the fact is not enough. We must act decisively in order to prevent, in order to detect, and in order to intercept criminal activity before it actually occurs. And as I have the floor, I want to reassure St. Lucians that as a government, we will not rest, we will not cower, we will not give in to the playbook of criminals, and that we will do everything that we can, as you would have heard the Prime Minister alluded to earlier, to ensure that the safety and security of St. Lucians are maintained and given priority. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have taken steps legislatively and otherwise to help deal with this crime situation that we are faced with in this country. We came here and we made amendments to the Firearms Act to ensure that we stiffen the penalties for firearms or firearm-related offenses. And that is because we realized that there was a problem, Mr. Speaker. We came here and we debated the suppression of escalated crime. We debated that act as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also debated the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. and also we made amendments to the Child Justice Act. And if you take a closer look at the amendments that were made, Mr. Speaker, to the various acts which I mentioned, it was to send a message, to send a signal, to show the action that we are taking as a government to help fight this crime situation. Mr. Speaker, you heard the Prime Minister speak about the resources, and he mentioned that tomorrow, again, we'll be giving the police some more resources. And as he rightfully said, our job as a government, as an administration, is to provide policy direction, and it is not to get involved in the operational matters of policing. And I would understand why, in a time like now, that people believe, or some people rather, believe that we should get involved in the operational matters of policing. Because not too long ago, you would remember that some people treated the police force like it belonged to them, notwithstanding that their role was that of policymaker. And they had almost an intimate hand in the running of the police force. So having done it, it has become an expectation that the government of the day will do similar, that they too will go and interfere in the operational matters of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. And I agree and stand with the Prime Minister on this position that the operational matters of the police force it sits within the remits of the Commissioner of Police. And as policymakers, we will not come and tell the Commissioner who to send on Chaussee Road, how many vehicles to allocate to a particular police station. That is not our job. You look at the programs, Mr. Speaker. At SSDF, we have our Boys Matter program. And I think it's important that we reinforce some of what, or that I reinforce some of what the Prime Minister has said. Because when you hear some people speak, when you hear some people who try to tell you, on one hand, that we should not politicize crime, but when you take a closer look at the conversation that they have, when you listen to the remarks that they make, you ask yourself whether or not they are true to their words when they say that we should not politicize this crime situation. We have programs, we've established numerous programs, Mr. Speaker. When you look at what the probation and parole units are doing now, you realize that we've made serious progress as a government in terms of some of the programs that we put in place to deal with the rehabilitation component. Mr. Speaker, you would have heard the Prime Minister speak about USAID providing us with some assistance, and we all know the time came when there was a stop work program order that was placed and all funding from the USAID ceased. You would think then, notwithstanding that we did not have a budgetary allocation to deal with that shortfall, that we probably would just allow the programs to fall on the wayside. But no, the Prime Minister's commitment came to the fore once again. And what did he do? He ensured that he funded the program. I know that people like Priskilash and Dr. King and those people involved in the Ubuntu movement in Vieux-Fort can tell you that they are very pleased with the level of support that they have received from this administration. We continue to fund programs. And as the Prime Minister said again, when you deal with crime prevention, given the complexity of crime and crime prevention, Mr. Speaker, we agreed to bring in a research officer in that of Dr. Montel Felix. We brought him to the department, and I must commend him for the work that he has started. He has started working with other agencies to try to put together a unit, and he has also started putting together a crime prevention strategy whilst working with the Commissioner of Police and other stakeholders involved, the private sector and all other stakeholders involved. So, Mr. Speaker, to make it seem like this administration has done absolutely nothing when it comes to crime fighting, I think is totally false. I think that it is playing games, and when I sit I ask myself, when you look at what this Prime Minister has done to combat the crime situation, and I'm not saying that everything that we've done has worked. I agree that there are gaps that needs to be filled. There are gaps that needs to be closed. But when you look at what this Prime Minister has done, what he has pumped into crime fighting, vis-a-vis those individuals who, I don't want to say that they had balls and parties to raise funds for the police, but you look at when they were in, although we're not into the business of comparing, but when they were in government, Mr. Speaker, you ask yourself what, and I think today provides them with a perfect opportunity to say to St. Lucia, this is what I did when I was Prime Minister, or when I was, or this is what my minister at the time did to help combat the crime situation. We did X, Y, and Z, and this worked, this did not work. It's a perfect opportunity today to tell St. Lucia what it is that your administration did during your time. Because we are not afraid to say the steps that we are taking. We are not afraid to speak about the social intervention measures that we've undertaken as an administration. And we're not afraid to say that we believe that there is still a lot more that needs to be done. We're never going to run away from the fact that there is work that needs to be done in order for us to get where we want to get. Mr. Speaker, today we are here to debate another important tool in our fight against crime, the CARICOM arrest warrant bill. And I want to say that I stand in full support of this piece of legislation. And I think if dealt with properly, if implemented well, that this can be more than just a bill. It can really serve as a layer of protection, as a shield for our people and for our region. Too often, we see fugitives exploit gaps in our extradition system, slipping from one jurisdiction to another and mocking the very idea of justice. We have a situation where we see organized crimes and organized crime networks, Mr. Speaker, and we have organized crime syndicates that are already treating our borders as if they were irrelevant. They traffic drugs, they traffic firearms, and they do that with a certain degree of ease. And when one state moves against them, what do? They simply cross and go across to another. And just given our very nature, Mr. Speaker, surrounded by water, a stone throw away, you have Barbados, you have Martinique, you have St. Vincent, you have Dominica. It is very easy. I mean, gone are the days when people use canoe. We have guys now with 200s and 300s behind their boats, and within minutes they can find themselves anywhere between Dominica, St. Vincent, Grenada. And that is the harsh reality that we have to deal with. These are some of the things that really make fighting crime a bit more complex and difficult. Mr. Speaker, what happened on Saturday, and we operate in a time where we see criminals becoming more emboldened. What happened on Saturday, broad daylight shooting in a crowded city, is proof that indeed our criminals are getting emboldened. And if we do not respond with equal boldness and coordination, we give them the upper hand. And as a government, I can tell you, we will never allow criminals to have the upper hand in this country. Never. Mr. Speaker, there are gaps in our systems. And the transnational nature of crime can make it very difficult to curb this entire crime situation. What this CARICOM arrest warrant bill intends to do is to close some of these gaps. It does so by establishing a single unified legal framework for the arrest and surrender of fugitives across CARICOM. With one warrant recognized by all member states, we remove the safe havens and the needless delays. Mr. Speaker, this bill really tries to close some of these loopholes, tries to strengthen the trust in our justice system, and try to create an environment where our courts and law enforcement deliver swift justice and fair justice. Passing this bill today sends a clear message across the Caribbean that there will be no refuge for those who run from the law. Mr. Speaker, we must also confront a troubling reality within our justice system. Too often, and I say that because I feel the plight of the police. Too often we see the police rearrest individuals who are already on bail for firearm offenses, only to see them reoffend within days or weeks, and most times even more serious offenses like murder. And as we speak, we are grappling with instances of this nature in St. Lucia right now. And I've said it before, it is demotivating for a policeman to leave his family at home, put his life at risk, to go out there, pursue criminals, arrest them. And I don't know, Mr. Speaker, I won't point fingers. I'm being very careful because the Attorney General is here, so I'm very careful who I point my fingers at. But I think it's very unfair that when the police put in all that hard work, I don't know if it is on the part of the prosecution or if it is on the part of the judiciary, that we see individuals who are caught with firearms or ammunition. Within 2 or 3 days of them being arrested, we see them back in the streets. And I don't think that we are sending the right message. And when we, as parliamentarians, when we, as an executive, come to the House to make an amendment to the Firearms Act, Mr. Speaker, it is not to dictate to the judiciary how to do their work, but it should signal the intention of the people. Because when we come here, it is not, we don't just wake up on a morning and decide that we're going to give or make firearm penalties stiffer. That is after consultation, that is after discussion, that is after getting pressure from those men and women, those young people whom we represent. We make a decision and a determination to come to the House and to make amendments. And those individuals who have the responsibility to administer the laws, as I said, we will not tell them how to do their work, but the signal that is out there is not the best one. And too often, we see individuals within days after being caught with a firearm roaming the streets again. And it is not motivating for the police, because you can give the police all the resources that you give them. You can give them everything under the sun. If after they do the hard work, part of the reward is not always monetary. The reward is seeing value in the work that you do by ensuring that sometimes you're able to, I know it is not the police job to secure conviction, but if you do the hard work, if you cross your T's and you dot your I's, you expect there's an anticipated result in the end. So, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that moving forward, Mr. Speaker, we can see the laws being administered in a way that signals the intention of the executive. Mr. Speaker, let me just run through quickly 6 reasons why we should support this bill. I think this bill, if dealt with properly, and although I think currently Guyana might be the only other country at this stage, and I think other member states should take a page from our books and from what is happening here today to ensure that they hasten to do their part. But if this bill is administered properly, Mr. Speaker, I think the current extradition process, which is slow and overly formalistic, it can help make it faster, more reliable. We can have faster, more reliable transfers. This bill also introduces a single warrant which is recognized across the CARICOM, streamlining procedures and enabling swift, effective transfers. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it can disrupt organized crime. Gangs and traffickers, what they do is they exploit legal inconsistencies to operate across borders. The bill tends to shut down these escape routes, ensuring that no one escapes justice by simply crossing from one island to the other. It can also help strengthen regional security cooperation. As we speak, we already share intelligence through CARICOM bodies like IMPACTS, JRCC, RSS, among others. But intelligence without the legal force is really limited. So this bill ensures that intelligence translates into arrests and prosecutions. It also works well, Mr. Speaker, to protect citizens and restore confidence. When victims see offenders flee to another island, and we see that happening very often in this region, Mr. Speaker, where individuals come from island to island, almost like when you do bar hopping, they do island hopping. And when victims see offenders flee to other islands, it really erodes trust in the justice system. And this bill restores confidence by ensuring justice follows fugitives within the CARICOM region, wherever they go. It also safeguards the rights and provides some sort of judicial oversight. The courts will remain central. Warrants are still subject to judicial review, appeal, and to also legal counsel. And what the bill does, it speeds up justice without undermining human rights. And Mr. Speaker, the sixth reason is, I think, it gives us an opportunity to build on proven international practice. In the EU, we can find a clear example of how shared arrest warrant systems can function effectively, and their experience shows that a coordinated legal framework allows for faster prosecutions. It reduces the numbers of fugitives at large and strengthens public confidence in the justice system. So by creating a single warrant, it recognized across member states, the EU has minimized delays, it has closed loopholes, and ensured that criminals cannot evade justice by simply crossing the borders. And the Caribbean really stands to gain, well, more importantly, the CARICOM really stands to gain from a model that has already been tried and tested and refined. And I think we can do our own tweaking and tweaking to it, but there is an example of a warrant of that nature, Mr. Speaker, and it is working for the EU. Mr. Speaker, why St. Lucia cannot afford to delay and wait any longer? And as Prime Minister would have said, in 2017, treaty was signed. However, given what is happening now, and given the urgency of now, and our geography really makes it a prime target for traffickers and organized crime networks. You have offenders from St. Lucia who flee to neighboring islands, and you also have foreign elements who come here to use as safe havens. Criminals move faster than our outdated legal processes. This bill gives our police and courts the authority to almost match that type of mobility. And security, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, it really underpins economic stability. And as a small and vulnerable state, small and vulnerable economy that depend on tourism, Mr. Speaker, we can no longer, tourism and investment, we can no longer allow the situation to go the way that it is going now. Also, Mr. Speaker, we operate in a time where I think Barbados, St. Vincent, I think Dominica and Belize, as of the 1st of October, they're going to be having free movement among these island states. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, it makes it even easier for individuals to move from island to island. So having passed such a bill at this time, I think is opportune and makes it even easier for law enforcement to deal with criminal elements, notwithstanding the fact that they may move from one place to another. And they may have some concerns and safeguards, Mr. Speaker. Some people worry about when you hear words like CARICOM or you hear words like treaty, people always question sovereignty, whether or not you're giving up any degree of your sovereignty. But I'm happy that this bill ensures that judicial authority remains intact. The bill only speeds up the process. It does not diminish national control. And again, Prime Minister would have made it clear that it ensures that there is no political misuse. Warrants can only be issued by competent judicial authorities, not by politicians, so there is a safeguard in that regard. And human rights will be fully preserved. Suspects retain access to legal representation, they can appeal, and they can do proportionality checks. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I think the CARICOM warrant arrest bill directly addresses one of the greatest weaknesses in our regional justice system, and that is criminals exploiting borders to escape accountability. So by passing this bill, I think we close some of these loopholes, we strengthen public trust, and we send a clear signal to organized crime networks that mobility will not equal immunity. So, and I know more than that, in September we might be coming back to the House to deal with the gang legislation, which I think at the time is very necessary, and I look forward to when AG presents this bill in this honorable House. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this is a decisive step in making St. Lucia and the wider Caribbean safer, and it is a declaration that justice in our region is united, swift, and uncompromising. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I urge members to support this bill.
Member for Mico South.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, that was quite the presentation from the member of Castries East. I, in fact, didn't know any better, Mr. Speaker. Sounded like a confession. I'm glad that the member from Mico North also agreed to go before me, because I was waiting maybe that he would have filled some of the gaps that the Prime Minister, the member from Castries East, seemed to have left in his presentation, Mr. Speaker. It would seem from both presentations, Mr. Speaker, if I can say so up front, that it appears that the solution to the crime in this country is for the opposition just to shut up, say nothing, ask no questions, don't probe, do nothing. Come to the House, sit, applaud that the government's doing a fantastic job. The government's doing an amazing job. Is that what the government wants to hear? Is that what the Prime Minister wants to hear? Prime Minister spoke about the emotion behind crime. He's 100% right. Crime is emotional. It's very, very emotional. It affects people. You know, when you are a mother at your home at 11:30 at night with your children, feeling that you're safe, persons come knocking at your door. Next thing you hear gunfire. You run for cover, you try to grab your kids, and you're only able to get your 3 daughters, and you leave your son outside. And when you finally think it's safe to come out, your son is lying on the floor bleeding. You hold him in your arms, not knowing, hoping for the best, praying, crying, all of those mixed emotions. And then we have a system that, despite the increase in the number of murders that we're seeing, and the murders that we're seeing are not domestic, are not family members fighting, brothers and sisters, boyfriends and girlfriends, husband and wives, but gruesome murders, Mr. Speaker, gruesome. And it's become a reality. I mean, if you're going to have, 60 murders in 1 year during my term, and you've had now 3 years consecutively of 73, 75, 77, and I think that we're close to 50, if we're not at 50 already for this year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is becoming our norm. And the fact is that it's not just about the homicides anymore. And we heard from a very uniquely named ministry, crime prevention, of which I didn't hear the members speak anything about crime prevention on this bill. Not one thing. I'm not any wiser today about why the minister was appointed than I was 2 years ago when he was appointed. No wiser. That the trauma that's being caused, Mr. Speaker, we're not addressing it. The counseling. I mean, we have some women here. I want you to think for a moment, just imagine for yourself that in your house, that there was a killing of this like. You don't have a father in the house. It's you and the kids. You go to the police station for 6 hours to give a report. You're asking neighbors to help babysit your child while you go to the police station. You come back home. The blood is still on the floor. The bullet holes are still in the window. And what is it? We are forced to go back to the basics of life. I'm not criticizing. I'm saying that these are realities, these are our new realities. So where was the care, where was the compassion that we collectively, not you alone, we as a society collectively, was there a care package? Was somebody coming over to help her cook the dinner? Somebody going to help her scrub the blood off the ground? We're missing it. And we sit here, and can we really, truly envision what a mother who was shot and her son was shot 8 times. 8 times. 8 bullets in this young 15-year-old boy. It can't be business as usual. Not only from a crime prevention perspective, Mr. Speaker, not only from a detection perspective, meaning that after the fact that the persons are somehow found and pay a price, but there has to be some compassion and some recognition to the persons that have been put through this trauma. That is what we have to do, Mr. Speaker. We have to deal with this issue. And yes, it is an emotional issue. But it requires sometimes for us to open ourselves up, make ourselves vulnerable, to be able to understand and appreciate the urgency of that situation. And it is that urgency that causes us to work collectively together to find that solution. Prime Minister wants to talk about politicizing emotions. The gall of the Prime Minister, the gall of the Labour Party, to even say that after what this Labour Party did during COVID, the misinformation that they created out there about what was going on with COVID, policies to be able to save lives and to save livelihoods, that was not exploited. And if that wasn't bad enough that the government was oppressing them, no, let's add some more barren hot sauce into it. And let's now remind St. Lucians that the Prime Minister looks and sounds like a white man. Despite the fact, Mr. Speaker, that many members on the other side know my family. Prime Minister knows my family. In fact, the Prime Minister knows one of my cousins. Mr. Speaker, he knows one of my own cousins. And yet he can still look at me and tell me that I'm a white man, a man who has grown up in St. Lucia. My family has been here for 4 generations. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I knew they would come back with their flogging. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the question. When Velen John, who was a member of their own party, said that criminals should be flogged, there was no problem. Oh, so here the distinction. So now let's get the story right. What is going on in this country and the level of corruption and the deals that have been made, whether it's through CIP, GPH, NLA, all of them are so egregious. Egregious. GPH, the solutions haven't even begun to understand what has happened. I cannot wait for the member to come to the House and to tell all of us the lease that you gave GPH for the land at the port. How long was that lease for? And how much is the lease for? No, you've not said it. Did you tell the people it's for $1? Did you tell the people that the lease for the land on the port is for $1 per year for 30 years? Did you tell them that you've given them the incentives to be able to provide?
Member of Gaston South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order. This morning, the honourable members complained about date statistics just been given. We've said in this House that we have a concessional agreement with GPH. The concessional agreement has no $1 or any value to it. It is based on the sharing of the head tax. He knows that. He has said it in public. He has said it in public repeatedly. But he's going to say now it's for public consumption, $1 for how many years to try and make it sound comparable to the DSH agreement. Now, Mr. Speaker, he will have to cease from continuing along those lines and speak to the bill that is before him. I think, Mr. Speaker, we've listened long enough to this tangential approach that he's taken to the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be very happy to make the lease a document of the House. A lease
so,
between
Mr. Speaker,
the Crown.
can I rise on a point of order? Can this honourable House take a break for 15 minutes so the honourable member can make the lease agreement with GPH for $1 for 30 years, $1 a year, a document of this House. He just said that he can make it a document of this House. I move, Mr. Speaker, that this House stands suspended until the honourable member can make available to this honourable House a copy of a lease document for $1 a year for 30 years. A lease document.
Member for Mico South, your response?
I'm very happy to acquiesce to his request, and I can send it immediately. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I should send it to you, and you can have it printed, whichever you prefer, Mr. Speaker.
So, members, the question is that this House do send suspended for 15 minutes to allow the Leader of the Opposition time to make, I want to be very careful in my words, a lease document showing $1 per year for 30 years to GPH. And now for the question, as many as that opinion say aye, as many as that contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
Eh bien, Lucia CARICOM site qui a mené en directement ça qui va passer en CARICOM site là, ça c'est c'est pas un bill, ça c'est une loi, on va discuter à présent, une loi ça a créé CARICOM Arrest Warranty Treaty, ça c'est un agrément qui passait par CARICOM pour garder qui manière ça un criminel, ça c'est pour jouer un criminel avec qui casse la loi et bien fait l'offense en un pays et pour mener dans l'autre pays côté yo fait crime et bien bagaille comme ça avec c'est ça qui a discuté premier ministre qui présentait avec après il présentait il était mis après la même après c'était honorable Jeremiah Norbert qui a une responsabilité pour empêchement crime il aussi parlé avec dit manière qui a supporté loi ça là qui par gouvernement à ce treaty ça là avec moi aussi voulais dire que loi ça là déjà passé en l'autre pays CARICOM depuis l'année 3 et bien 4 l'année passée mais il était ça chaque pays a ni pour passer même loi ça là pour y venir effective qu'on est dit. So à présent en simple ici là même après honorable Jeremiah Norbert fait contribution même par exemple pour Sud-Mico honorable Alan Chasney qui est chef façade opposition il doit pour parler avec comme la coutume il a critiqué le gouvernement pour approcher à ce manière il a fait avec des affaires criminelles. Alors, là, il est capable, il dit, il y en a ce bail-là, il dit c'est comme que le gouvernement, par cette ici, enfin, il était capable à ce loi, puisqu'il est capable, il a critiqué plusieurs autres bagages, un projet gouvernement, différents bagages. Avec ces projets, il parlait à ce, c'est ça, il a créé GPH. Ça, c'est un projet gouvernement pour bâtir la WAD là en Castille avec Pointe-Séraphine et Place Casa pour aider GPH Company. GPH, c'est une compagnie de l'autre pays qui a venu bâtir ça, avec, mais particulièrement, il prend en possession, ça c'est ça il a créé Cruise, ça c'est ces bâtiments Cruise là qui a créé, avec Union Agreement et puis cette ici, avec Alan Chasney qui a dit comme que l'année agrément gouvernement si un agrément pour $1 pour bail GPH pour GPH payer $1 par l'année pour 30 l'année avec Alessala même parlement pour Sud-Cast honorable Honesti le docteur Madei pour mettre ça comme preuve avec il dit comme qu'il fait comme preuve puisqu'il fait en parole qu'il n'est pas d'accord et puis alors il a demandé pour présenter preuve là avec pour aller ça là il a décidé bon pour bailler chance pour présenter preuve ça là pour ça continuer.
Yes, very good summary of what happened. Just one thing I just want to clarify there. In making his contribution, in making the statement that the government had signed that agreement with GPH for taking over the ports and making the agreement to give it to GPH for $1 for 30 years, he was the one who quickly added that he could make the document a document of the House. And it was at this point that the Minister for Tourism rose and asked the Speaker of the House for a suspension to allow the leader of the opposition to make available that agreement, which he referenced, the government's agreement with GPH, which he referenced. In his rebuttal, the Minister for Tourism said the leader of the opposition was attempting to equate the GPH agreement with the agreement that his government had signed with the DSH, where they had signed an agreement with the Chinese for 99 years and had given over the lands for $1 per acre. So the tourism minister said the opposition leader was just attempting to equate the thing, and that there was absolutely no truth to his statement, and that there was a partnership between GPH and the government of St. Lucia. So we are waiting. The members are there, and we are waiting for that document to be presented.
Ok. So, ça qui est fait là, c'est quand vous dites nous l'avons espéré pour, puisque secrétaire qui m'a dit, mon qui a noté ça qui a passé en Parlement, c'est assistant député clerk of Parliament, assistant, il descend downstairs, puis ça fait 3D exactement ça, ça c'est honorable Alan Chasley dit en les téléphones, ça c'est mobile, et il peut être capable de se lailler avec il a vrai, c'est pour mettre sous papier, ça veut dire pour ça chaque monde joue en copie avec speaker pour voir exactement ça, puisque comme on dit, nous dit c'est ça, ça c'est honorable énergie les demandé pour preuve ça là, mais quand nous avons parlé, nous avons ouais la en communication entre ça c'est honorable Alan Chasley, ça c'est chef face à l'opposition, et puis speaker, il a monté descendre, il y en a l'autre cas, il a monté ça qui en les phones mobiles, mais nous pas savons exactement ça qu'il a discuté, mais nous assurons toutes les autres membres parlement là, et à part de ces membres parlement, ça qui était là depuis aujourd'hui, nous aussi pour dire Virgile que depuis aujourd'hui nous pas tenu présence, ça c'est membre parlement pour vieux fort, sud vieux fort, on est à Dr. Kenny Anthony, nous pas aussi pas tenu présence monsieur, ça c'est membre parlement pour sud-est Castries, ça c'est honorable Joachim Henry, il partait présent, et aussi nous partons présence membre parlement pour Nord Denry, ça c'est honorable Sean Edward, c'est nous ça la partie là depuis un commencement, nous passons pour qui raison peut-être à ce business gouvernement. Monde qui était là aussi plus bonheur, c'est qui part ici à présent, c'est membre parlement pour choisir, il était là plus bonheur, mais il quittait à présent avec, il parle à présent pour discuter motion.
Yeah, I was just thinking, what is so interesting about this impasse, Mike? You know,
you call it an impasse.
Well, for the moment,
yes,
is that we're wondering even how we got here, considering that the bill that was before the House was the CARICOM arrest warrant.
Yes.
You know,
and it's so far removed.
And it is so far removed from the actual bill. This bill, of course, it allows for CARICOM governments to come into some kind of extradition agreement to be able
facilitate the
extradition of criminals in the region. And in his contribution to that bill, the Minister for Crime Prevention, he spoke on the need to close loopholes, because even the criminals themselves were becoming so advanced, and he really praised the bill as a step in the right direction towards, the government's continued efforts in fighting crime.
Aussi, Virgile, pendant que nous avons expliqué, nous avons dit le Premier ministre a présenté un bill qui va discuter. Quand nous dit encore, ça c'est un bill gouvernement qui a passé comme un agrément, et je vais répéter esprit pour nous comprendre, c'est un agrément le CARICOM Japon pour aider, pour faciliter ces gouvernements, pour voir les gens qui font crime l'autre pays, voir un pays côté ils fait crime là. Ça c'est pour nous en anglais, c'est CARICOM
Arrest Warrant Treaty.
Bon, ça t'est passé en 2019, dans 2019, je crois qu'il m'a dit bien. Moi peut-être ça corrigé comme après, mais ça c'est en loi et bien en agrément qui simplicité ni pour passer et tout l'autre pays rejoint ni pour passer avec selon présentation premier ministre ça c'est et qui aussi c'est même parlement pour escasser avec aussi une responsabilité pour finance et puis sécurité nationale. Là, il passe, il t'a parlé, il dit situation crime en pays, il mauvais. Depuis bon matin, il t'a parlé de crime, c'est un bagage qui a affecté par exécuter une épidémie. Il dit c'est un qui pas seulement Sainte-Lucie qui a affecté. Avec au cas où loi ça là, et bien agrément ça là, CARICOM j'ai adopté avec c'est une démarche qui yo capable pour regarder qui manière ça veut dire crime puisque encore ça c'est un bagage qui a affecté plusieurs pays en région CARICOM. Il aussi dit la tenir un comité légal. CARICOM a développé un comité pour des affaires légales pour qui développer bill là avec aussi mentionné ça c'est on va Jeremiah Norbert la présentation il parlait en chai associé différents démarches que le gouvernement a point pour adresser la situation criminelle. Il parlait à ça, escalated crime, c'est tout changer peut-être l'année, et bien toi l'année passée, l'année passée, la situation en vieux fort, la tenue crime gouvernement pour passer en loi pour ça veut dire que escalated crime a dans certaines places. Ça c'est yon. Il aussi dit l'année on l'autre programme que le gouvernement a adopté, il a créé Swift Justice. Ça c'est pour faire assurer que les gens ne pas rester trop longtemps affaires l'audience avec bail comme ça pour faire l'audience marcher plus vite avec l'année un programme comme ça malgré le Premier ministre aussi dit qu'il les affaires, raison qui fait qu'il ne peut pas continuer tellement bien en affaires sur justice. C'est puisqu'il n'a pas mis assez juge avec un monde pour faire aller bien. Et il aussi dit l'année problème qui depuis après Covid. Premièrement, ça c'est le Premier ministre et bien honorable Jeremiah Norbert qui dit depuis après Covid. Système justice pays il pas qu'à marcher tellement bien. Dans chaque délai, il y a pour faire sur internet, l'audience sur internet avec il dit généralement un gouvernement concerné en pile avec situation criminelle et qui a fait tout ça et puis on l'autre bail dans Europe Jeremiah Nobody il dit gouvernement passer loi ça il y a un Firearms Act pour faire les youtubeurs et puis fusil et bien zam il a dit particulièrement fusil pour mettre $25,000 il était 10 000 et bien 15 000 pour 20 000 Adam Montegagic dit ça pas assez puisqu'il y a c'est qui a fait ces crimes ça tellement vite à présent quand même le gouvernement a aussi passé et grossi le Dieu nous a parlé un peu
very good, yes. No, pas parler trop give it all the details
ça c'est le pour faire un petit coup de créole
yeah, and you know, you were mentioning all the programs that the Minister for Crime Prevention said his government, has put in place. He also spoke about programs such as the rehabilitation and parole. And one of the things he was at wit's end to explain, and he said that his government is principally responsible for policy direction and resource support for the police force. He said at no time will his government get involved in the operations of the police force.
And he
continued to belabor that point that they are going to make all the resources available. They will look into the policies. They shall give the police all that is required, but it would not be the responsibility for the police to do for the Prime Minister or even himself as Minister of Crime Prevention to direct the police to send a convoy with what's going on, or send a van over there because this is going on. He said this is a clear distinction that they would not get involved in. He said, in as much as people would say that the government is not doing enough, but he was saying what they're really insinuating is that the government should get involved in the day-to-day operations or the running of the force. And he said, even though that was done in the past, that he said that his government would not let that happen. It was one of the things he kept going on.
Anot ba nou sa mentionne se mwen pati amase masa soute amase di wan prezentasyon Premier Ministre aso bil sa la i pou met pou bay se polis la pli resos mwen pa sav exactement sa ye men mwen ten Honorable Jeremiah Norbert osi pale aso resos pou met.
Yes, I think as early as tomorrow. Did he say tomorrow? He said he would be. Yeah, there would be some kind of announcement tomorrow. I think which would be about further support to the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Of course, he didn't give details on exactly what that would entail.
Right. On a lot by la nous ça aussi par le temps nous ka espérer preuve la entrée. Et encore c'est ici nous ka parler mais ça si un cas au cas venir au brancher puis nous à présent ou peut-être kakatile qui ça qui calé là nous on est parler avec ou pas ka rien qu'a fait CARICOM Japon anti pause pour garder pour sinon premier ça c'est chef face à l'opposition qui était fait en parole, il était dit durant la présentation, il dit comme que qui gouvernement signé un agrément et puis GPH, ça c'est compagnie qui a bâti la Wad Castu et souffrir pour avec les moyens de bâtir la Wad là, c'est pas en plein mais cette section la Wad là pour accommoder ces bâtiments cruise là et comme ça. Avec Honorable Alan Chasley dit comme que le gouvernement signé un agrément pour 30 l'année pour y payer $1 par l'année, c'est ça?
Pour 30 l'année.
Pour 30 l'année. Avec Alessala, Honorable Ernest Hiller, ça c'est Dr. Ernest Hiller qui est ministre qui est responsable pour les affaires touristes et qui était il a mis temps agrément ça là. C'est ma c'est limité mais il y a mi-temps puisque vous savez c'est lui qui ministre des affaires touristes. Il dit ça pas vrai, il dit bout et dit et m'a dit Honorable Alan Chasley pour présenter prévu avec Alessandra il speaker m'a bail permission pour quitter Kaila pour suspendre activité pour un petit au moins pour 15 minutes pour bail ces travailleurs en parlement en chance pour mettre à sous papier ça laisse là même pour tirer en les phones puisqu'il en les phones ça c'est téléphone mobile il tenait à l'aide pour tout tirer et mettre à sous papier pour présenter by speaker avec ces autres membres qui constituent là qui ici comme puisque ça c'est comme ça égal et ça c'est ça qui tient nous derrière moi aussi veux dire avant moi faire ça moi veux dire que un autre point qui Honorable Jeremiah Norbert mentionné durant la présentation c'est succès Ubuntu mouvement Ubuntu c'est arrangement qui était fait en vieux fort par différentes organisations pour aider situations des fois venir normal et à présent tout le monde a félicité qu'on succès mais c'est mon nous qui a changé qui était participé à ça c'était mon Prince Kelash Dr. King et l'autre moi ça Catherine Series c'est mon salaire réservoir tout c'est mon salaire qui travaille en mouvement salaire yo qui engagé comme maintenant yo fait plusieurs travail social et engagement pour mener situation vieux fois avec c'est ça qui a créé Ubuntu aussi sous même Ubuntu moi j'ai avec Premier ministre eh bien yon c'est mon qui même parlement critique en présentation dit yo joine petit en pile par façade opposition pour ça yo te jwen an chèque, yo ken kritiche yo pour ka bay l'argent inutile. Moi, quand c'est le Premier ministre qui dit ça, avec mais jodi a quand c'est pour nous dire non qu'on road, et bien fait en gros sinon quoi ou quoi ouais un mouvement au bout de soi en vie fort il jamais succès nous chaitan nous pour autant rien nous cap prédire il va rester comme ça avec pour situation top limit.
And yes, you know, this is an issue that the whole issue of crime, you know, came up a lot in the House this morning. Even when the motion to remove, to extend the zero VAT status on certain goods, including feminine products. I mean, the government decided to make feminine hygiene products zero-rated VAT permanently, to keep it as a permanently zero-rated VAT item. Even in that, we saw the issue of crime coming up, the value-added tax. The leader of the opposition, you know, he brought it up. And so crime has been, not surprisingly, coming up, you know, throughout the debate today in the House. We heard the whole issue of crime. And one of the things, you know, you hear the Prime Minister and other members saying it, including members on the opposite, the need, you know, each side decry how terrible crime is for the country, and the need for people to come together and you know, to come up with solutions for the crime situation. The Prime Minister, for instance, you know, said under no circumstances that crime should be politicized. He said, you know, we need to get down to the bottom of why would a young man, 13, 14 years, you know, pick up a gun and want to, you know, go after his schoolmate and then shoot him in the head, you know, and basically implying that there are so many variations, you know, and so many different causes to the whole issue of crime that surely it cannot be in anybody's interest, it cannot be in the country's best interest that crime can be politicized. Crime should not be politicized. The leader, the member for Central Castries also in his contribution this morning also had to rebut and speak on the whole issue of crime after it was brought up, and he was saying, you know, he gave statistics on how incidents of homicides have increased over the years, and showing in essence where both governments had suffered similar similar cases where, you know, you saw a spike in homicides, you know, with the government of the United Workers' Party and with the government of the Saint-Lucia Labour Party, you know, indicating for sure that it is a problem and minds need to come together to deal with the issue of crime in this matter.
Madika Vindi Talia qui ça c'est des fois deuxième fois nous ka oui c'est bagay comme ça qu'a fait moi chose moi ça c'est dernière fois qu'il constitue qu'un hôtel là.
Yes.
Est-ce que dernière fois ou bien avant ça?
No, sometime before, I think.
Mais exactement ça, même bagay ça l'a été fait. Mais est-ce que ça a changé à ça? Pour qui ça?
I can't recall on exactly what, but it is
c'est presque même bagay comme ça. Il était pour deux bouts, c'est un cas consiste pour bailler. Pour moi, ça fait preuve là pour présenter preuve là. C'est l'autre membre parlement. Mais quand nous parlons là, nous avons qui secrétaire et bien claque parlement, ça c'est assistant claque là, madame là, j'ai allé, j'ai mis sur papier et présenté chaque papier à chaque monde mis en copie. Ça c'est ça nous a créé preuve là. Bon, preuve là c'est exactement ça on va aller chercher des agréments même. Puis des documents même, c'est ça qui preuve là. So, il can présenté à présent avec expliquer qu'il constitue.
Honorable members, we are back on the record, and member for Castries South. He raised an objection. The member from Mico South has made good on his promise. Would you like to respond?
So, Mr. Speaker, when we broke, the member from Mico South gave the impression to this honorable House and the entire nation that this government went and leased to GPH the port and the lands at the port for $1 a year for 30 years. I want to repeat that we lease $1 a year for 30 years. Every single honorable member in this House had the impression that the lands at the port would lease for $1 a year. $1 a year. He did not say to this honorable House, and that's why I stopped him, to show me, because any common sense reading of this document, any school child reading of this document will tell you the document must be read clause after clause after clause. Clause after clause after clause. So sit down and let me explain to you. Now I can understand why this country was in so much trouble after 6 years of your leadership. Because you did not seem to have basic understanding of issues. Basic understanding. So this is a document that was prepared. And let me backtrack a bit. We signed a concessional agreement with GPH. They paid off the debt of Slasper. They are developing the new vendors arcade. They're developing a fisherman's village at Banan. They're developing the wharf at Point Seraphine. They're building Jeremy Street. They did Jeremy Street. They're doing the boardwalk. They're doing Soufre waterfront. A series of activities will take place. That's the concession agreement. Plus, we share the head tax with them. For them to build and develop and operate the businesses at the different places, the vendors arcade, what's the other one, Banan, whatnot, they have to have title to be able to build. Just for example, any bolt agreement you're doing right at the Halls of Justice, you have to provide title so it can be built upon, whatnot. This clearly states, this custodies, all of them, this clearly states that the leasing, covenants with the leaseor, 8, 1, to pay the rents, that is just renting the land, renting it, that's at $1. 2, to build, operate, and maintain the terms as per the terms of the CA, the works defined in the CA. So you pay the $1, you build, all of that is in exchange for the lands. The CA, which is a concession agreement. So 1A is to pay the rents. 2, to build, operate, and maintain. 3, for the purposes to maintain all the facilities. 4, to construct buildings on the demised premises. It goes 5, to keep all such buildings and erections, including drains, blah, 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 in good and tenable repair. And it goes on and on with all the obligations, of which just one of them is the rent of the land. The rent of the land. It gives you all a series of things they have to pay. A series of them. But he stands up and gives you the impression that GPH was given the land for $1 a year. For $1 a year. And that's the impression he's giving. I'm waiting for him to show me which document that shows that GPH got lands at the port for $1 a year. And that you are misleading the House. The $1 is the rental part. In addition to that, they are spending over $60 million. $60 million $60 million. This is, let me just, Mr. Speaker, let us proceed. This is clearly a very cheap attempt to mislead and to spin. And they're very good at doing this, that when they try one accusation, you rebuff it and you deconstruct it, they spin it and they come with a different angle. There is no lease of the port or lands at the port for any $1 a year for 30 years. There was a concession agreement with GPH that clearly stated all their obligations, totaling tens of millions of US dollars. Tens of millions of US dollars. One clause says you shall pay a rent of the land for the land at $1. It says we lease the port and the lands at the port for $1 a year. Now, Mr. Speaker, initially, Mr. Speaker, he said we had sold the port to GPH. Sold the port to GPH.
Not here.
Huh?
Not here.
He said it here, there, and everywhere. You understand? So, but Mr. Speaker, this is another cheaper attempt by the leader of the opposition.
Member for Mikusaw. Sarge, can you put on the microphone, friend?
Mr. Speaker, it really is very, very, very sad when the integrity of a member of this House, particularly a member who is the deputy political leader of the party, the deputy prime minister of this country, holds the portfolio of CIP, holds the portfolio of investment and tourism, Mr. Speaker. So a person that's obviously been given a tremendous amount of confidence in the House, would, after being caught, and I'm glad everybody, that's why I took my time to let him speak enough, to see how he was going to try to wiggle his way out of this. Mr. Speaker, this is a document that was signed before a lawyer, Thaddeus Mark Antoine, between Charles III, which is the Crown, Mr. Speaker, and GPH. We don't have to go very far. It says, whereas the government of St. Lucia and the Air Sea Ports Authority and the lessee have entered into a concession. Mr. Speaker, not only is this a 30-year lease, and it's an emphyteutic lease, because it is actually in their concessions allowing them to pass on the incentives that they're getting to a third party. So it means they can actually mortgage this land, Mr. Speaker. They can put up this land as collateral.
Member for Castle Central.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit lost because the member, it's a point I need to be elucidated from a legal standpoint. He said it is an emphyteutic lease. A 30-year lease is an emphyteutic lease. I want to know how it becomes an emphyteutic lease, Mr. Speaker. Because an emphyteutic lease is normally a 99-year lease.
I know the member from Castle Central has many lawyers, so I'll let him go and get advice before we have that discussion. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, when you read this lease, and more importantly, the other letter is a concession letter. It's very, very clear what the intention of the government is going to do. And I want to say that the fact is that they're leasing it for $1 per year for 30 years. Now, I'm listening to the member from Castries South. Really? Rent? And because we're going to give them the land, and we can justify giving it for $1 because they're going to build on it? Are all of you for real? Really? Really? Nobody said you sold it. Somebody's, what, you know what we said? You know what we said? The Labour Party has sold out St. Lucians because what the member and the ports, what his member has not provided the details of, Mr. Speaker. If in fact we were getting $6.50 before in total as a head tax, Mr. Speaker, $6.50, and of that $1.50 was going to solid waste. 250 was going to SLASPA and 250 was going to the government of St. Lucia. And a report that was done by the Ministry of Finance, a team, told the government, Mr. Speaker, the better deal to do than GPH is to take the 250 that was going to the government and give it to SLASPA. If SLASPA was getting $5, everything that they had earmarked for GPH to do, SLASPA itself would have done. No need for leasing the land, no need for any of the concessions, nothing. They could have done everything by themselves. Instead, the genius, the great negotiator, goes and has a meeting on March 30th and signs an agreement on April 1st, appropriately April 1st. To do what? To agree that there's going to be a $12 tax. And of that $12, GPH is going to get $10. Why? Why would you give GPH $10? What has GPH brought to St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker? Have they brought expertise? Is it that we've now all of a sudden lost the expertise to build a vendor's arcade, Mr. Speaker? Is it we've lost the expertise to strengthen a dock, Mr. Speaker? Is it the expertise to build a broadwalk? We cannot do that, Mr. Speaker. We cannot fix up Soufriere Town, Mr. Speaker. We rely on a third party through a secret deal to be able to go and do that for us, Mr. Speaker. That is where we've come to. We've regressed. This is the same country that in 1981, under Sir John Compton, built Point Seraphin way ahead of its time. The first in the Southern Caribbean to have a dedicated port facility. We did that. This is the same SLASPA that did the extension for the quantum class. We in St. Lucia did that. The vendor's arcade was built by St. Lucia. All of a sudden we cannot. Now, you know what the hypocrisy of all of this is, Mr. Speaker? The worst part about this, and we talk about emotion and you want to blame people and taking advantage of situations. Who was more villainized over DSH and leasing 180 acres for $1 an acre a year? And why is it that that deal on that land, with the same expectation, Mr. Speaker, that DSH was going to build a horse racing track with their own money, the same member from Castile Central, 6 years now, Theo King got CIP money. He can't prove it, never. We're in court and he will not be able to prove it in court. He will lose that in court.
Member for Castile Central.
Mr. Speaker, I hardly disclose, but just on a point of elucidation, Mr. Speaker.
Elucidation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Are you yielding to elucidation?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, he is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, there is no way you can juxtapose. He said that basically this lease agreement can stand side by side with the agreement with DSH. That is a virtual impossibility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I read this, very early in the whereas clauses at number 2, and it speaks to the juxtaposition of this lease with another agreement. It says, and I quote, "This lease agreement is entered into as a result of the concession agreement." So how can you take this in isolation, not even check the concession agreement? This is not a standalone document, Mr. Speaker. It is not a standalone document. There is a concession agreement which is the basis for the formation or execution of this lease. So you take this lease, the concession agreement may have said that GPH paid off all government debts of $100 million. Where is it? And it certainly justifies the execution of this. And I could tell you one of the things in the concession agreement is GPH is paying off a loan of SLASPA of $20 million US dollars. That is nowhere in the lease agreement. You will not see it. But he will take the lease agreement. He will take the lease. He will forget the agreement that gives rise to the execution of the lease and deal with the lease as though it stands alone. Mr. Speaker, Lucien, permit me to say that in Creole.
Remember, omission is not a breach of the standing orders.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, moi vle di sa.
You do have an opportunity to speak
I have.
on the bill, so
no, yes, that's what's before
no,
us.
remember you have an opportunity to speak on the bill.
I will,
But you're getting two opportunities now.
I will, Mr. Speaker. I definitely will.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, there must be something over in that corner, Mr. Speaker, because when you've been giving people in this House a certain amount of advice, it seems they're ignoring you. You know, it's amazing, and I hope that St. Lucia's listening to this, what the member from Castries Central just said. He said you cannot judge the lease by itself because it makes reference to a concession agreement. I agree with him, Mr. Speaker. The same way that when we speak about the Daher Mall, that we've been in this House and we're now in court on this situation, where we've brought a lease to this House and we said you cannot look at the lease by itself because the lease makes reference to what? A development agreement, which is exactly the same as the concession agreement. And he's right.
Member for Miku South, this is chalk and cheese. What was debated in this House on the Daher Mall was your argument was it was not sold. There was a deed of sale. So these are two different things. So perhaps you may not want to go down that route.
To a development agreement as to what the conditions of that sale were. And it's when you go to the conditions of the sale that you understand that what the government did was allow exactly what is taking place here, is allowing the developer to have access to the space in order to be able to get a loan, and that the government is going to pay back its portion of the loan. But that is only in the development agreement. It is not in the deed of sale. And I'm just so happy that the member did that, because I've been trying to explain that to him forever, and all of a sudden now there's a revelation, an understanding. But the issue was, and I said, that you leased port land, and this is only one, you know, Mr. Speaker. There's more. There's more. I said you leased land for $1. You have. And not even that the member from Castries South conceded. He has not conceded on what's happened at CIP and the illegality.
Remember, we are debating a CARICOM arrest warrant treaty. Unless you're seeking to go for Castries South, I'm trying to see the relevance.
I started off my presentation by saying that the Prime Minister gave a confession. The Prime Minister went all over the world. I'm not the one who brought these issues up, you know, Mr. Speaker. These issues were brought up in the debate. But, Mr. Speaker, we have not heard the last of it. If the member from Castries South believes that he can get away continuously in saying mistruths about agreements that the government has undertaken on behalf of the people of St. Lucia, it's coming. Today was only a beginning of the amount of information that will unravel the level of corruption that has happened in this country, Mr. Speaker. The corruption. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the members, Prime Minister wants to speak about the canine dog, and I think he used the word disband. Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister who came and said that, along with his deputy, that $40,000 a month was too much for the canine dogs that were there? And in fact, went as far as to say that they're going to be getting the scanners and the dogs are no longer needed. And the fact is the 3 dogs that were here, Mr. Speaker, were sent home. In fact, you know where the dogs ended up, Mr. Speaker? The dogs ended up in Jamaica. That's where they've been. And doing an amazing, amazing job in Jamaica. And it's not until the French gave them this new canine dog that they brought back the canine dog. And that's when the Prime Minister said, well, I was a bit wrong because we're going to need both. Of course you're going to need both. It's always been clear that you're going to need both.
Mr. Speaker,
Member for Castries East,
I've allowed them.
please wait until I call you. Please proceed.
Sorry. I've allowed them to get along for it. Mr. Speaker, he just quotes me. Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm going to quote him in my rebuttal. I hope he's face to head. I'm going to play him.
Member from Eco South, please proceed.
Thank you very much. What is more astonishing, Mr. Speaker, is Tyson was killed, was murdered because he's a police officer under suspicious circumstances. Suspicious circumstances. 2 months. Can't even get an autopsy. Can't get a report. Prime Minister has not even told us at what point did this friendly government come to him to offer him a new dog? And why is it taking so long? And what is he going to put in place to make sure that a canine dog in the custody of the police can remain safe? Because that's a question. Because you have to answer that question first, you know, Mr. Speaker, before you bring another dog. Speaks about the attack on the Commissioner of Police. I've only had one issue with this new Commissioner of Police, and that is the handling of my own security detail, which I think was handled extremely unprofessionally and came across as being highly politicized. Because the same member from Castries Central made all kinds of claims about him. Next thing you know, the gentleman is moved, told he's being moved for medical reasons. Next thing now, his superior, who's never even spoken to him, files a complaint. The complaint is all of a sudden disappeared. And I don't have my security. Nobody's given me an explanation as to what has transpired. And I told the commissioner, not behind his back, that it was extremely concerning and disturbing because it stinks of political interference. Mr. Speaker, we speak about an escalated crime act. Again, I think the intentions we debated in this House of the escalated crime act were good. We argued that it fell short of the requirement of the Constitution because there were aspects of it that was allowing police to detain people, hold people in their homes, and the provision that was not there was a report. Mr. Speaker, have we ever had a report to this House as to how many people were searched, how many people were detained in their homes? One report. Have we had one report?
But member, you know that you have the right to request it.
Sorry?
You know you have the right to request it.
Yes. Oh, I do? I would say to you, Mr. Speaker, that it's the right of the people to know. And you would have hoped that, like, in fact, the reason why we have a state of emergency is the fact of producing a report is stated in the state of emergency legislation. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about the halls of justice and issue that we have with halls of justice. We need a halls of justice. We were building one. We were building the six courthouses right next to the old police headquarters. If they chose to go now and rebuild an old custody suites, a new version of custody suites. The issue that we have with the halls of justice, Mr. Speaker, no bid. And the terms Up to now, the Prime Minister, the member from Castries East, doesn't want to even admit the cost of the building is $150, $160 million. But the cost of financing it is another $150 million. 10% per year for 12 years. So what, a building is going to build itself? That's the terms. And those terms, we couldn't go to St. Lucia to find it. We had to get it in the Trinidad papers because you know what? The contractor was boasting about those terms. That makes the rent of that building that the government is going to have to pay, the people of this country are going to have to pay, $16 a square foot a month. $16 a square foot. You can tell me what you want about Dyer Mall. Dyer Mall is costing the government of St. Lucia $4. This new building is going to cost the people of St. Lucia $16 a square foot, Mr. Speaker. That is fact. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the Prime Minister's comments about the CCJ, issue was a referendum. I have no issue. All I wanted was, and like a lot of other people, on something as important as this, you're going to get a Attorney General's advice in which they said that there was a typographical error.
Remember, you're misleading the House. That was a court decision, not the Attorney General's advice. A 2-1 Court of Appeal decision. The Attorney General gave no advice on this matter. That's a document to the House. Do not proceed along those lines.
Quick to want to play a role, and I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker.
Remember, I am not playing any role.
You are,
I am
Mr. Speaker.
speaking on matters that I have. Remember, I'm speaking. I am speaking about matters of which I have some knowledge. I happen to have been the presiding officer at the time the court gave an opinion, and that opinion came to the House. So I'm aware of it, and it is wrong to say that the CCJ was proceeded upon on the advice of the Attorney General. That is not true.
That's not what I was saying. What I was saying, okay, is that it's called an Attorney General's opinion. The Attorney General is allowed to write.
It's called an Attorney General's reference, meaning the Attorney General refers it, and it does not go through the same processes that a regular case goes through.
Correct. I was not insinuating that the Attorney General wrote the opinion. Okay, it was the Court of Appeal that gave the opinion. I get it, but it was an opinion. Okay, it's an opinion.
Isn't that what all court decisions are? It does give opinions on a matter of law. So this one is no different.
Speaker, I'll get on and I'll let you have that discussion with the Attorney General, but I think you're a little misguided in that notion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we speak about gaps in our system. Of course, every incoming government, once it's reviewed a policy and is in support of the policy, will continue to do things, whatever it can do to strengthen those policies. That is a matter of course, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke about impacts. What is impacts? We had a program called Restore Confidence. The former Prime Minister that was involved in that is here, in which they were killings by the police, and there were persons who reported that these were extrajudicial killings. In fact, the same members in this House, many of them, were part of that bandwagon that made all kinds of allegations about a particular person having a strong influence on the then Prime Minister. And there were all kinds of complaints as to his characteristics, his involvement, and what was going on. And when the new government came in, because the elections came, after making all of those allegations, they did nothing.
What did you do?
They did nothing, Mr. Speaker. They did nothing. And as a result of doing nothing, eventually, US, Europeans, Canadians, and the British put a significant amount of pressure on the government, which influenced very heavily the decision to bring in independent persons to do a report. And that report took on the name of the Impacts Report. It was the then Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, who went on TV, public knowledge, and said that they were politicians, corrupt policemen, and corrupt business people that were the significant causes of crime in this country. And the report went through each of the extrajudicial killings and making some damning observations, of which the same then Prime Minister spoke about, how damning it was. And even before that impacts report was done, in order to put pressure on the government of St. Lucia, the US government imposed what's called the Leahy, because they did not believe that the government of St. Lucia then was taking this thing seriously. And the Leahy was what? That our police force was not allowed to get any support from the US government. No training, no ammunition, nothing. Nothing. For years. It had a severe impact on the quality of our police force and the effectiveness of our police force. And the member from Cass 3 Central rightfully asked, what did I do? I did exactly what the Prime Minister in many ways has said. The role of the political executive is to provide resources. Who prosecutes? The DPP. And the DPP oversees all of the investigations. And it's for the DPP to make that final decision. And after the resources were made for the DPP, because we didn't even have a DPP when we came into office, no computers, no printers, it had been depleted. What's the word? I mean, completely. We rebuilt it. Mr. Green came in as a new DPP. Forensics had not been done. All these things took place, and after all of that, the DPP told the Commissioner of Police that he's ready to prosecute. He made a public announcement first to say that he will not be able to change the decisions of the inquest, not inquest, what's it called, the coroner's inquest, right? On some of them, because it's just too long gone and there's just not enough evidence. But he chose the cases that he wanted. One was Beige, and the other one was what they call the 5 from Vieux Fort, the Vieux Fort 5. And he proceeded to attempt to create a prosecution for those. He has publicly announced that he is ready to proceed, and yet 2 commissioners of police have not proceeded. Why? Why? Why has that not happened? Big question marks. You then now have, Mr. Speaker, the police commissioner coming in indicating that evidence in 3 very important matters, all dealing with police, as has the impacts report, all dealing with police. The persons that are supposed to be charged are the persons, the police officers involved in the Beige shooting and the people involved in the Vieux Fort 5. Nobody's been charged. Now on the De Leon case, I'm not you. I know where policy begins and ends. Okay? But in order to be able to have policy, you must also, as a manager, know if your policy is being implemented and the effectiveness of it. The decisions that are made internally, those are not my decisions. None. But in the De Leon case, Mr. Speaker, interestingly enough, Commission says that the evidence is gone. I've listened to many solutions. Many solutions believe it's the gun that was gone. It's not the gun. It's the shells. And after the murder, the killing, murder, in 2019, the shells were sent off to St. Kitts to their forensic lab, and it was digitized. The shells were then brought back to St. Lucia and sent to the Bahamas and digitized. And it's because it was in Bahamas and it went on a internet pool of information that the Martinicans matched the gun. And that was the big piece of evidence. And it was not until, Mr. Speaker, that the police were requested by the French to send the shells over to Martinique that the shells went missing. I have no idea where the noose has gone, but I have to say this, Mr. Speaker. I know that there's a system that you sign in when you put the evidence in, and you sign out. I heard the member from Castries, South Central, in this typical thing trying to throw dust in people's eyes. I'm talking about, well, maybe when the suite, we call it, the comfort suites was, sorry? Custody suites, thank you, was demolished. It's not true. All that stuff had been taken out, all been put in an air-conditioned container, Mr. Speaker. All of it. All of it. Okay? All of it. So the fact is, Mr. Speaker, you have a deputy commissioner that has risen the ranks in the last 2 to 3 years. The evidence of that is there. The record is there. Who every attempt is being made, and I don't want to put words in the Prime Minister's mouth, but certainly I can say to you, from outside looking in, would appear that every attempt is being made to make this gentleman the Commissioner of Police. But there's one problem, that there are several cases of sexual harassment and worse against him. And yet he's remained in office. And some of those same officers that had charges against him.
Member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the leader of the opposition is misleading the House. He said, and I quote, there is a gentleman who we are considering making Commissioner of Police, but there is a problem. He has several cases of sexual harassment or whatever against him. That gives the impression that there is a high-ranking member of the police force who has been charged with a sexual offense. If that is not so, the leader of the opposition has to withdraw that statement.
Please proceed, member.
Mr. Speaker, there are real concerns. It is not the opposition speaking out, Mr. Speaker, that's causing the problems. I'm sorry that it's uncomfortable. We all, when we're sitting in the seat of Prime Minister, go through a significant level of discomfort. That's not unique to any Prime Minister. There's 180,000 people that believe they have an opinion. And that's fair. But just because there's questions asked doesn't mean that people don't have good intentions for this country, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes those questions are being asked from a good place, to strengthen the system, to hold people accountable. That's what it's about, Mr. Speaker. We speak about crime in the region. I have been in this seat in the opposition multiple times, Mr. Speaker. We have had to sit through the misleading information, factual as it may be, that the GDP of St. Lucia during COVID dropped more than it did in any other OECS country. We've repeatedly explained, because we are the ones where the GDP had been revised in St. Lucia, and tourism took on a more significant role, and one of the things that COVID impacted the most was tourism. Impacted it to the extent, Mr. Speaker, it was shut down. Okay? Everybody went through the same thing. Okay? Everybody went through the same thing. But on the reciprocal side, there were members on this side that did not believe that saving lives and saving livelihoods and coexisting with COVID and reopening the borders was feasible. In fact, they thought that was a ludicrous idea. But it's because of that decision, as early as we did, that caused the recovery of St. Lucia to be a very sharp V. Because while the economy contracted severely in 2020, in 2021 it went up by 12%, and in 2022 it shot up by almost 18%. And I dare say that if the government had maintained the policies that we were undergoing in the country, i.e. not stopping the Rodney Bay Road, not stopping the housing development at Shock and in Tavern, not stopping the airport, not stopping the DSH project, continuing with the port in the south, I cannot even begin to imagine how much further this country would have been. But we want to play with statistics, Mr. Speaker. So let's play with the statistics of crime. St. Lucia has the highest crime rate per 100,000 of any of the OECS countries. It's true. Grenada, I think up to this year, up to now in this year, is 10 murders. And they had 13.67 murders, homicides, for 100,000. Dominica, 27. Antigua, 10.7. St. Kitts, 15. St. Vincent, 30. St. Lucia, 39. And climbing. Why is that comparison not good? Why is that comparison not good? Where are we going? If we're not going to be honest with ourselves, if in fact it's just as easy to say, you know what, it's the opposition causing all these problems, because I don't want to be accountable for the decisions I'm making, and to understand that the Prime Minister doesn't just hold the portfolio of Prime Minister, which is senior enough, because everybody reports to him. But he also holds the portfolio of national security. The buck stops with him, whether he likes it or not. And if in fact the police are not working well, and police have not gained the confidence, or there's a growing lack of confidence in the police, which there is, and it's not a reflection on the ordinary police officer. But you cannot come to a press conference, Mr. Speaker, and say evidence is gone in 3 cases with police officers. And that when the Prime Minister is approached with the greatest amount of respect, sir, to say, well, he called me just before he did the press conference, and then he went on vacation. On something as urgent, something that deals with the integrity of our country, which is crime fighting, and the persons that are responsible for doing it, people are looking back and saying, can I trust them? That is the great disservice that we can do to the police officers. That's not the opposition that's doing that, Mr. Speaker. But it's when we have empathy and understand the suffering that's taken place in this country, and that nobody in this country, regardless of who they are, should have to go through that kind of suffering. It's when we have that in our heart that creates the level of urgency to solve the problem. And it does not help, Mr. Speaker, when the persons that are responsible for protecting us have question marks. Because that's the truth. And when we talk about this bill, which is a significant bill, and I'm glad the Prime Minister spoke about 2017. And Prime Minister Motley from Barbados and myself in particular, we're driving this policy to try to get CARICOM countries to agree $1 off of our head tax to be assigned to strengthening RSSS and impacts. And that we can create, the goal was to create an Interpol.
Remember, you have 15 minutes left.
To create an Interpol for CARICOM. That's been a consistent argument. And in the meanwhile, things like this, the warrant, were to strengthen it. That's what the purpose of it was. So even when I got in the unfortunate, no pun intended, row with Rowley, I didn't go to Trinidad to tell Prime Minister Rowley how to run his country. I addressed Prime Minister Rowley because he's the lead Prime Minister for crime. Because each Prime Minister plays a cabinet role in CARICOM, and Trinidad is the destination of crime. And I remember in 2019 going down again with Prime Minister Motley. And the two of us went down, Mr. Speaker, because we were both ministers of finance. And we wanted to give the reassurance to Prime Minister Rowley and to the committee. As ministers of finance, we were committing our countries to the dollar. So, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this warrant. I'm sorry that we had to go into this lengthy debate, but I think it was very important, Mr. Speaker, that I address some of the things that the Prime Minister seemed to be very concerned about. As I said to you, it seems like a confession that he was making. But to, again, reassure him that as much as he wants to try to think that what we're doing is politicizing things, we're simply holding his government accountable. That's what the opposition does, and particularly the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Particularly. Right? I've tried to do it in the most respectful way. I have written letters. I'm hoping that the experience I've had for the last 5 years, the experience that Kenny Anthony's had, the experience that Stevenson King had, there's never been an opportunity where we've all sat on the table together. We're very lucky in this country to have that kind of historical experience here. Sit in a room, best practices, everything off. Because the Prime Minister is 1,000% correct. This is all of our businesses. But I want to say to the Prime Minister, he has more support from the opposition than he thinks. But I think we need to spend a little bit less time looking to blame the opposition on really things that I can point out that speak to the hypocrisy of many of the things that they have said as a government. So again, Mr. Speaker, I endorse this. I continue to endorse anything that continue to strengthen regional security, because I genuinely believe in my heart that if we can have an Interpol system for the CARICOM, that we would be much better off, where the brightest of our police officers have somewhere to go. When we need to have an audit done, when we need independent investigations done, that there's a resource, a pool of persons that we can draw upon. And persons now that are gaining experience about crime, not only domestically, but also understanding it on a regional and international basis. I thank you very much for your patience and the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Castries Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off with an article from the St. Vincent Times, dated, you know they have to run when reality hits them, December 4th, 2024, from the St. Vincent Times. Mr. Speaker, I can print and make a document of the House. The leader of the opposition just said St. Lucia has the highest crime rate in the OECS. Am I right, Mr. Speaker? That's what he said. Let me read this article dated 4th December 2024 from the St. Vincent Times. The caption, St. Vincent and the Grenadines ranks second for homicide rates, not in the OECS, in the Caribbean. Let me read that again. And let listeners know that the OECS, Mr. Speaker, is a subset of the Caribbean. St. Vincent ranks second for the homicide rates in the Caribbean. The South America and Caribbean region exhibits the highest homicide rates globally, with crime-related activities constituting the predominant cause of these homicides. The region contains three of the most lethal countries globally. Jamaica's murder rate stands at 53.3 per 100 individuals, exceeding that of the United States by more than 8-fold. In recent years, there has been an increase in the influx of illegal firearms into the country, predominantly smuggled from the United States, especially from Florida. They are subsequently acquired by criminal organizations. The 10 billion, hold on, especially from Florida. Hold on, Mr. Speaker. Hold on, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I seem to...
Member Kassi Central, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if he spoke of the OECS and you're speaking of CARICOM, aren't they two different?
The Caribbean.
But he said OECS.
Yes, but what my point is, the Caribbean is much larger than the OECS. And East St. Vincent is the second in the Caribbean, with Jamaica at number 1. I was reading the article in its entirety, Mr. Speaker, to show that the highest in the Caribbean region is Jamaica. Secondly is St. Vincent, and third is Trinidad and Tobago per 100 people. So if St. Lucia is not mentioned at all, whereas 2 countries, well, one in the OECS is mentioned, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, invariably, Mr. Speaker, if it's number 2 in the Caribbean, we can never have a higher murder rate per capita than St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I wanted to start off on that point, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, when you hear the leader of the opposition speaks, and they speak with confidence, Mr. Speaker, they speak with confidence everywhere they go, notwithstanding whatever they say cannot stand the test of factuality. And then, Mr. Speaker, the agreement. I want to go to that very quickly. The agreement. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the agreement for the lease says that it is signed as a result of another agreement. So it means, Mr. Speaker, if the concession agreement was not signed for the ports, this list would not be in existence. So to lend justification to the contents of this list, you must look at the concession agreement, which contains all the detail as to why you have this list. But to just say that and throw it in the air, Mr. Speaker, is disingenuous. Mr. Speaker, a lot of bold agreements. In fact, the Caribbean economies have been urged by IMF and other established financial bodies to go the way of PPPs. You want development, but your revenue streams, your GDP, and everything else does not support the level of development that you want to basically give your country. Every place in this world, in England, an airport was built by a PPP, and it takes the same bolt arrangement: build, operate, lease, and transfer. Mr. Speaker, the Grosile Northern Divisional Police Headquarters was a bolt agreement with NIC. The infrastructure building at Union was by way of a bolt agreement with NIC. Yes, a subsidiary. They handed it over about 3 years ago. You are hearing this, Mr. Speaker. So the government does not have to put a huge debt on its books. All the police stations, NIPRO, the whole of justice, custody suites that he demolished without justification. All of those, Mr. Speaker, are built on those kinds of agreements. So he takes this, Mr. Speaker, and he makes a big brouhaha about it. He makes a big brouhaha about it. It's a good finance model. It's a good finance model, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you take the cumulative amount that we pay for the dispensation of justice in this country, housing courthouses, Mr. Speaker, we got a deal of a lifetime, because we are paying less cumulatively, and after 12 years, that hall of justice will be ours without any kind of liability, just as the building at Union is, Mr. Speaker. That's what it is, Mr. Speaker. We have not spent 1 penny in the construction of custody suites. We will pay the quarterly installments. After a period of time, it is transferred for $1. All the police stations, my colleague informs me, were built using that model. It's a finance model that has been embraced. So when you hear this hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, when you hear this hypocrisy by a prime minister when he was, who sold the Dahem Mall, and there is a deed of sale in substantiation, Mr. Speaker. There is a valuation that coexisted with that deed of sale. The valuation was for $60 million, but it was sold for $13.5 million. Less than quarter of the price. And what is worse, Mr. Speaker? He talks about development agreement. What is worse? We have to pay rent. We have to pay rent for 16 and a half years, which cumulatively comes up to about $198 million, if not more. How can you take those two situations? In that one, we get in $1 and a lot of stuff. With the Dahem Mall, we gave it away at quarter of the value, and we are paying rent for 16 and a half years, paying almost $200 million over that 16 and a half. Where's the comparison? Where's the comparison? And that very man, Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Finance, instructed that pensioners' money be taken. Pensioners' money be taken. Be lent to a foreign developer who came to this country without a penny, Mr. Speaker. Without 1 penny. And in a shake and a break, he has repaid the NIC. And all the profits are theirs. And Cabot, as far as St. Lucians are concerned, may soon need a visa to go there. That is the state he has placed this country in. So when he talks about corruption, you know, Mr. Speaker, 2017 is a year that stands out in my mind because 2 records were created in 2017 under the leadership of the member from Miku South. The most corrupt year in the history of St. Lucia was 2017. I didn't make it up. It was Transparency International who said so. And it was the year by which homicides increased, murders rather, increased by almost 100%. But today, Mr. Speaker, he speaks of crime and crime and crime. Mr. Speaker, how can you? I remember when this Honorable Prime Minister was leader of the opposition in 2017, because murders had gone out of control, the then leader of the opposition, now Prime Minister, suggested a crime symposium. You remember that, Mr. Prime Minister? And guess what? The symposium was held. The Minister of National Security attended, but he as Prime Minister left St. Lucia and was in Jamaica campaigning. Those are facts. He was never at the symposium. And what is true to form, Mr. Speaker, Osborne Regis, the ex-commissioner, he spearheaded the whole thing. They came up with a plan of action. And up to today, ask him whether any of those actions contained in the plan were ever executed. But today, you have the audacity to talk about crime. Mr. Speaker, crime was on the increase. This country boasted of having the largest prisoner holding facility in the Eastern Caribbean, built when the member for Castries North was Prime Minister and your humble servant was Minister of Physical Development. At the behest of police officers, it was built. Mr. Speaker, a few days, a few weeks running into the elections, I am instructed that police officers were at work when windows began dismantling, air conditions were taken, wires were pulled off, and it was only then they got a call from the commissioner that you vacate immediately. And so, Mr. Speaker, they were all going like mad fowls because there were prisoners in custody. The first thing was to secure the prisoners. And I could tell you, the exhibit room was in that building, Mr. Speaker. So when they talk about evidence disappearing, Mr. Speaker, ask the leader of the opposition, ask the then commissioner, where were those exhibits kept? And it's because of their recklessness. It's because of their haste. It's because they wanted to show John public that something is being done. That in the way, whatever stood in the way of the excavators that unfaithful morning had to go except human beings. In fact, I am instructed, Mr. Speaker, they had to drive prisoners as far down as Denry, Babuno, Grozili, all over the place, looking for space to put those prisoners. You believe, Mr. Speaker, is exhibits they would have worried about? And today want to talk about evidence disappear? You know, exactly. I'm not even sure when the commissioner gave the instructions, whether it came from the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's father, who found himself directing traffic, directing the excavator on the demolition site, Mr. Speaker. And today, you want to talk about what you've done to combat crime. You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to see this. I want to see this. In Central Castries, I have done a lot. I have created, to the best of my ability, safe spaces where young men congregate under a banner of peace. I built a court in Grass Street. I built an HRDC center in Boapatat. I built a court in New Village, which recently, a couple months ago, I had the 6th and 7th mingling with each other in New Village. I built a court, Mr. Speaker. I recently refurbished the gardens. And I built a new court at the back of Wilton's yard just to create safe spaces. I try my best, Mr. Speaker, and it's a fact, in the graveyard, Wilton's yard at the back. The same graveyard he went to hypocritically. But I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker, having done all that, they label me a crime boss. I am a crime boss, but no one has ever arrested me, not even for stealing a pin or holding a marijuana stick. I dare not. I have no immediate relative who has been arrested for anything whatsoever. None. But yet, they label me crime boss. Crime boss for what? Mr. Speaker, I know I am no easy politician. And I will not be walked over. I will not be walked over. But what I expect persons to realize, you will not attack me with impunity, Mr. Speaker. You will not. You cannot call me crime boss. You cannot be a proxy of the opposition. You cannot be attempting to take propaganda and make it news at my expense and expect to operate with total impunity. It's not right. It's not fair. I am attacked by men. I do what I have to do. But it appears, Mr. Speaker, once you are a woman, you can do as you please with Richard Frederick, because they will look for Jean Ede and say they are protesting. I have never indecently assaulted any woman. I have never raped any woman. I have never raised my hand on any woman. I dare not. Because I've always said, I've been on record and I've said, two sets of men I never want to be my friend. Men who beat women and men who do feed their children. You cannot be my friend. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have every regard. I had 7 sisters and the mother worked hard. She died a day she came from the bananas. I was in Barbados. And that's where my subvention was coming from. Proceeds of banana seeds. So when they say I abuse women, they must understand I don't abuse women and I don't say anything about anyone who never said anything about me. Look at the potential candidate from Grozile. Just came in and on your debut speech is Richard Frederick. You know, Richard Frederick. And I'm supposed to say you are very good. I'm supposed to say you never married a man you were working for. I'm supposed to say that you are a very good person. I'm not even supposed to say whose Jabal you are. I'm not supposed to say anything. You know, so Mr. Speaker, I want to be left alone, and I'll leave them alone, you know. But don't attack me. Don't attack me, because I will come like the heavy ruler. His ruler rule on you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you something. For all, not some, but for all I've seen and come short of the glory of God, John 3:16. And I will be the first one to confess or profess my imperfections. I am not perfect. But neither is any one of us. And so, don't parade on the altar of perfection and believe you can attack me with impunity and I must sit and shut up. That hypocrisy will not work, Mr. Speaker. That hypocrisy that seemingly pervades the United Workers' Party will not work. Every Sunday lies is Richard Frederick, Richard Frederick, Richard Frederick, and Richard Frederick is supposed to remain quiet. It's like saying they're preaching violence on one hand. Preaching violence, I want to declare war. Now war comes. You are saying the city is unsafe. You didn't realize you were asking for it in the first place. You didn't realize you sat on a motorcycle in Grozile. You don't know who the rider was? Ask the police, they'll tell you, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. Ask the police. Ask the police, they'll tell you. And they are the ones quickly to call people criminals. But it wasn't me, Mr. Speaker. It was Mary Isaac, who was within the fold, who said crime is being committed by high-ranking members of government. It wasn't me who said that. It wasn't me who said that. It wasn't me, my name is not Ubaldas, who said I am a member of the cabinet, but all of them are criminals and cannot stand any scrutiny. And I beg to make an exception, member for Castries North. He said none of them can stand up to criminal scrutiny. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. You know, and yet, Mr. Speaker, they are the same ones. They are the same ones who talk about crime. Mr. Speaker, there is a potential candidate for Viewfort South. Ask them who's the father, but I'm the criminal. But I'm the criminal. There is a candidate for Denry North. Ask them who the great tiger was. What was tiger to them? But I'm the criminal. I'm the criminal. I don't want to talk about the one from Central Castries. That oneself is a... oh Lord, I don't want to talk about that. You know, and call me, never arrested, no family arrested, no family search, nothing. Not, I probably have had a traffic ticket. Probably a lottery ticket. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I honestly, sometimes I wonder, Mr. Speaker, and then you have the how they call him, the PRO from Grozile, calling me a criminal. I don't have no farm. I will never ever bail anybody for any crime. Your signature is on a document. You bail people for kidnapping because the victim was allegedly your Jabal. I have the documents. I have the documents, Mr. Speaker. But calling me, no, we're talking about crime here, but calling me a criminal, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you cannot tell me we are trying our utmost in this government, a government that has given the police the most resources in the history of governance in any one term, Mr. Speaker. We are trying, Mr. Speaker, but what does the opposition preach? Point the guns at them, burn St. Jude, burn the houses, bust the Prime Minister head, declare war, flog them. Those are the utterances of those people, Mr. Speaker. Human roadblocks, and I know you'll pardon us. Those are the kind of things you hear. I declare war. I'm putting civil servants on notice. Guy Joseph, I'm putting police on notice. We don't engage in that kind of behavior. We don't, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I would never be part of a government. I would never be part of a government that would do any kind of, indulge in that kind of behavior. And the member for Castries North could tell you, when he was Prime Minister, anything I advised him on was towards peace, development, and to bring our people together. That's all I did. And that is why custody suites was built at my instance, because the police complained to me, having been one of them, Mr. Speaker, all in the name of fighting crime. Mr. Speaker, when I hear to flog them, it infuriates me, Mr. Speaker. It infuriates me. When I hear colonialism had a conscience, it infuriates me. Because I don't know if my great-great-great-grandmother or father was one of those who was chained and dropped in the sea through the voyage from Africa down to the Caribbean at the hands of colonial masters. So it hurts me, Mr. Speaker. It hurts me when I flog them. But what is worse? What is worse? And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries North can tell you when I had seen snippets of the behavior of the member for Miku South, I said I will not associate with him, Mr. Speaker. From the day he was elected, I never sat in a room with this gentleman, Mr. Speaker. So much so, when I said I don't want to be part of the party, Angel Brett reminded me that they brought down Sir James Mitchell, the ex-Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to talk to me. You remember that? And then he called me, and they had their thing at the pastoral center under the guise that we are doing something sacramental or religious. And the angel asked them if there is food. They said yes. And it was Pearl Alcindor, Angel Brett, and a host of them. When they came to meet me, I said, once the intention is for me to associate with Alan Shasley politically, I am not going. That is a stance I took, Mr. Speaker. So when you hear they say they fire me, tell them I did not want to associate with a man whom I knew would have done to the country exactly what he did. Mr. Speaker, when crime was rising in 2017, and the then leader of the opposition, now Prime Minister, called a symposium, I could never forget that. Crime was escalating. There were 6 murders in a weekend, although he said the shooting of 2 was the bloodiest Saturday. Mr. Speaker, I could never forget. The Prime Minister then maintained his silence throughout until they killed a white man. I'm not joking, Mr. Speaker. If I'm right, he never said anything. And then they killed a white man, Mr. Speaker. And all of a sudden, he remembered he was Prime Minister of the country. I want to say to him that Black Lives Matter. We matter in a predominantly black country. And I'm not being racist. I stand for the color of my skin. I was born through no fault of mine. My attributes were not determined by myself. But I'll tell you what, zeal, education, commitment to the cause of black people is why I'm standing here today, and I will continue to stand for the voiceless of this country who I represent and who voted me into this chamber, Mr. Speaker. I will continue, Mr. Speaker. So when I hear all the nonsense, this and that, you know, what we have done so much for the police. You defunded the police. You removed the voting. There was a vote for training for the police. You removed it. Everything. You know, to tell me, Mr. Speaker, that you want to fight crime and the only way to give the police resources is for your wife to hold balls? That's how you fund the police? The organization charged with the defending your country? You holding balls to give them the necessities to fight crime? And, you know, Mr. Speaker, rather than building the Northern Divisional Police Headquarters, thank the Almighty God that July 26, 2021 came very quickly. We were able to avoid, Mr. Speaker, a long list for the Star Building, because it was on the cards that somebody somewhere would buy the Star Building and rent it to the government to run as a police station. You remember that member from Castries North? You know, so, you know, Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on. I can go on and on. But the hypocrisy is what I can never deal with, Mr. Speaker. I cannot deal with the hypocrisy. I will, you know, it's okay. Right now, you want to have a voice. You want to have a voice, and I have no difficulty in you having a voice. But, Mr. Speaker, you don't have a voice as of right. When you flip the coins, look at the treatment that was meted out to members of the opposition. You are the longest serving prime minister in any one term. You are the only prime minister who have exceeded the 5-year date to date. Only one in our history. You were tempted to elongate your term by your father coming on national television and saying that your operations were disrupted by COVID. And you also sought legal advice to even amend the Constitution just to serve us and to be on the backs of St. Lucians. But the good Lord, Mr. Speaker, the good Lord was not sleeping. The good Lord left us, and you know, God did a lot of good things, because the Prime Minister will tell you, he found at the Attorney General's chambers a direct award for $70 million with 1% interest per day. Per day. If you care about any country, Mr. Speaker, that is not how you operate. So, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be part of this government. We will continue to make what efforts we can. I personally, Mr. Speaker, I have done it before. I will continue to do what I have to do. Sometimes I put my own life at risk. I have done before. I remember a certain gentleman when I called certain names on television and asking them to stop the criminal activity. Oh, I should not call their names. I should give the information to the police. Lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, you'll not believe. After I called the names, one broke into a shop and is now on the run for Saturday's incident. So sometimes I can foresee what happens, Mr. Speaker. But I can let St. Lucians know that God will never ever permit the works, the desires of the United Workers' Party to come to fruition, to destroy St. Lucia, just to rule over the ashes. He's in charge, and guess what? He will leave the member from Castries East in charge until he says when. Mr. Speaker, with that short contribution, I rest my case.
Member for Grizzly.
It's good.
have. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this debate, and I stand to support the bill to establish the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. Mr. Speaker, let me first express my deepest sympathies to the families, the loved ones of those who recently passed, Mr. Speaker. The issue of gang violence is one that should never be politicized, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really thought that this action being taken here by this government that will serve to untie law enforcement hands across the CARICOM region as they seek to expedite justice, Mr. Speaker, across the shores. I really thought that the opposition leader would have presented some concrete resolutions, Mr. Speaker, concrete ideas, Mr. Speaker, and what it is this nation can do, Mr. Speaker, as we seek to fight this scourge, Mr. Speaker. But yet again, Mr. Speaker, it's politics, politics, and more politics as usual, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's an axiom. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if St. Lucians believe this axiom. Because in 2016, there was an opposition leader at that time who said to the then St. Lucia Labour Party that they cannot solve crime. They cannot deal with crime, but I can. That I will, Mr. Speaker. This is the words of this opposition leader. Mr. Speaker, he came into government in 2016 after promising that he can. And tonight, he will quote statistics, never give the source, to indicate that we are at a higher crime rate now than then, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, a quick search of Statistica showed that in 2017, when he became Prime Minister, the crime statistics in the region read, Aruba, 5.2 per 100,000 murders, Mr. Speaker. Antigua and Barbuda, 13.6 per 100,000, Mr. Speaker, in 2017. Bahamas, 17.3 per 100, Mr. Speaker, 100,000, Mr. Speaker. Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, as I said, 17.3. St. Lucia, 39.04 per 100,000, Mr. Speaker. The very same amount, Mr. Speaker, that he quoted, Mr. Speaker. The same amount, Mr. Speaker. A man who came in and guaranteed that he was going to solve crime, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm always humbled that I am part of a government of humility, Mr. Speaker. There was never a time during our campaign, the campaign of 2021, where we said as a government that we are high and mighty and we will solve crime, Mr. Speaker. We as a government, we as an opposition at the time, laid pure and clear policy directions that we will undertake to deal with all aspects of development in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And this is what we did, Mr. Speaker. During that time, Mr. Speaker, in 2016 to 2021, we heard the then Prime Minister, who is now opposition leader, blame single mothers, Mr. Speaker, for the surge in crime. Somebody who before he came in said that he had the solution. When he came in, said it was single mothers and they were making children and having multiple fathers as a reason for crime in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. This same man is now coming with the same posture, doing the same thing, Mr. Speaker, to try to vaguely the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crime is a national problem. Crime affects us all. And I've always said to my staff, while we focus on the next generation, the opposition is solely focused on the next election, Mr. Speaker. Because crime is a situation that every single minister in this government has made the business to contribute to ensuring it goes down, Mr. Speaker. And what we've seen, there is no quick fix, Mr. Speaker. There is no magic wand, Mr. Speaker. It will not be solved tomorrow. I am no Messiah. The member for the library is no Messiah. None of us here, Mr. Speaker. There is only one. And for those of you who believe it's Jesus Christ, Mr. Speaker, our Lord and Savior. He is the only one and the only way, Mr. Speaker. But as a government, what we have done is put things in place for young people and the next generation to have better alternatives, Mr. Speaker. A better way, a different direction, Mr. Speaker. And so when we come in, Mr. Speaker, and we propose a youth economy, it is for young people in business to have an alternative to being on the blocks, Mr. Speaker. Does it mean that everybody will get off the blocks, Mr. Speaker? No. It gives you an alternative, Mr. Speaker. When we propose an MSME loan grant, it's for business-minded individuals to have an option, Mr. Speaker, that takes them away from crime, Mr. Speaker. When we as a government come in and we semi-professionalize football, it is for the young men and women, not just today, not just tomorrow, but for the next generation to see that there is an alternative to being on the blocks and becoming criminals, Mr. Speaker. When we as a government, Mr. Speaker, semi-professionalize cricket and develop a high-performance center in cricket, the only one in the OECS, is because we are showing our young athletes that we have confidence in their potential, that they can become millionaires for the sport of cricket. And so this is not just for today. This will not just solve the issues that we are facing right now, but the next generation can see there is a better way, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we know that this is a cross-cutting issue. The family, Mr. Speaker. We know that we have to strengthen the institution of the family. Does this happen only through a government, Mr. Speaker? We know we have to strengthen our social programs, Mr. Speaker. Social development, Mr. Speaker. And we as a government has endeavored to do so. We see the erection of facilities, including recreational facilities in constituencies, Carolee being the envy of one of them in Castries North. And of course now, the Grosley Recreational Park, Mr. Speaker. This is how you start to deal with these issues. You give individuals safe spaces. And as a I did not hide it. I mean, the little things you do in your constituency, Mr. Speaker, seek to fight this issue, this scourge, Mr. Speaker. There's no quick fix. There's no way it's going to be solved tomorrow. So to stand for an hour plus and make absolutely no recommendations and make it seem that there is just a quick political move that will change things, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely ludicrous, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, in addition to our social developments, Mr. Speaker, we have to create those safe spaces. And as a Ministry of Youth Development and Sports, let me tell you what we've done over the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. Because they constantly reference a $80 million loan guarantee as if to indicate and intimate and fool people into believing that one facility was upgraded. Let me go through, Mr. Speaker, just allow me for a couple seconds, what we've done, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that young men and women have a safe space, Mr. Speaker, not just for sports, but recreation, Mr. Speaker, and enjoyment and conversation, Mr. Speaker, in our communities. List of fields and courts upgraded over the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. When playing field, Mr. Speaker, cell N in Monrepo will be JN. The Gardens Court, Mr. Speaker. Vanna Court, Mr. Speaker. Moshi playing field, Mr. Speaker. Bagatelle Court, Mr. Speaker, on the way. Boca's Court on the way, Mr. Speaker. Leones playing field, Mr. Speaker. Entrepot Court Summit, Mr. Speaker. Jack Bell playing field, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, these things are easily verifiable, Mr. Speaker. Take 5 minutes and go to your community, Mr. Speaker, and verify whether or not we are not putting the resources into good use, Mr. Speaker. Jack Bell playing field, Mr. Speaker. Jack Bell Court, Mr. Speaker. Ancillary Court, Mr. Speaker. Canneries Court, Mr. Speaker. Canneries playing field, Mr. Speaker. Tabor Court, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that the constituency of ancillary canneries will continue to be one of the fastest developing constituencies in this country, Mr. Speaker. And we will see the impact of our social programs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the playing field that everybody says that I hid, but I didn't. The Grosile playing field, Mr. Speaker. The Corinth playing field, Mr. Speaker. Grand Riviere playing field, Mr. Speaker. By the way, thanks, Senior Minister. We are opening the Grosile Mini Stadium on September 6th, Mr. Speaker. You are invited, PM. We are open. We never opened it. We have not officially opened the Grosile Mini Stadium. We will be renaming the Grosile Mini Stadium. Your invitations are on the way. Yes. The Denry stands, Mr. Speaker, we are working on. The Larissus playing field in Denry North, Mr. Speaker. We've already done the work on the perimeter wall. We are coming to the surface and lights, Mr. Speaker. Cicero playing field, and I heard Cicero had a state-of-the-art opening lighting ceremony, Mr. Speaker. And that is, Mr. Speaker, I am now at 20. He hide it. 21, the VG playing field. You've seen the upgrades to the stands, the perimeter wall. We are beginning work on the surface, Mr. Speaker. Leclerc playing field, Mr. Speaker. We've commenced the work on the upgrades to the Leclerc playing field, Mr. Speaker. Bellevue playing field in Vieux-Fort North, Mr. Speaker. Piero playing field, Mr. Speaker. Crossover Park. We've done some lighting in Crossover Park, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Philip Master Grounds. Brand new LED lights, Mr. Speaker. Deborah playing field, Mr. Speaker. We've started work on the surface of Lague playing field, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, OJ playing field. We're about to commence the works on the lighting for that OJ playing field, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talk about, I'm on number 28. I have to pause there before I go to the next one. We talk about a government that cares about young people. We talk about how we're dealing with the scourge of crime. All of a sudden, there is this big conversation as if this government is not doing enough. Mr. Speaker, the Mindo Philip Park. Mr. Speaker, I cannot wait to publish the before and after pictures of this tenure as it pertains to the Mindo Philip Park. The Mindo Philip Park that produced Darren Sammy, Laverne Spencer, Julian Alfred, Johnson Charles, every single great in St. Lucia was left abandoned for 5 years, Mr. Speaker. 5 years. And that is a fact, Mr. Speaker. And if you go to the Mindo Philip Park, brand new lights, brand new stands, brand new covering, state-of-the-art modern gym, Mr. Speaker.
Who gave you the money, Minister?
And now you want to talk about an $80 million loan guarantee like it's one fill. I'm on number 20. It must be close to it. Yeah. Where am I?
Who gave him the money, Minister?
Marsha Grounds, Mr. Speaker. The Marsha Grounds absolutely ignored. Some of the best footballers in St. Lucia came from Marsha. And I'm telling you, the roof that we knew for years we had to protect from vandals by elevating, we finally did this at this government, Mr. Speaker. Upgrade to the stands, Mr. Speaker. There was no roof. And now, and you want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, we as a government in Soufrière, we are very, very close to completing this court, Mr. Speaker. Member for Soufrière, not for Sejac. Zeno. Very close, Mr. Speaker. And that's 30, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 31st place, Mr. Speaker, the Beausejour playing field, Mr. Speaker, the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds, Mr. Speaker. It was the monster that we had to, as a government, upgrade to international standards. And we saw the work we put in, the lighting, Mr. Speaker, the upgrade to the change rooms, modern warm-up areas, modern places for individuals to soak, to take ice baths, modern gym, Mr. Speaker. All of this to ensure that our young people, not just this generation, but the next generation, can ensure that they have the best facilities, Mr. Speaker, and stay away from crime and gangs, Mr. Speaker. That is what we've done in the last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, you know what they did in the 5 years, in the 6? Free facilities, Mr. Speaker, and horse racing, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, all we heard was talk and talk and talk. All they did, national athlete, star athlete, stop the subvention from the NLA for this young individual who now is the fastest woman in the world. And still to this day, they are trying to take credit for her development, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that understands that crime is not just an issue that the Ministry of Sports could solve. If you listen to the opposition, you would think that it's only a Ministry of National Security that is responsible for crime, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of National Security cannot solely deal with the issue of crime and violence in our country, Mr. Speaker. He needs a competent Minister of Tourism to develop the overall economy of this country, to bring in the finances to develop the facilities of this country. He needs a Minister of External Affairs who can go through country and deal with issues of unity in the fight against crime, Mr. Speaker. He needs a Minister of Health that can strengthen and fortify the health of our people, Mr. Speaker, as we deal with our communities. A Minister of Gender Affairs and Public Service to continue to hire persons and expand the public service in the right way, Mr. Speaker, so we can deal with the institutions that are there to fight against crime, Mr. Speaker. He needs a Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, that will deal with farmers and food security, Mr. Speaker. This is what we've been doing as a government, Mr. Speaker. This government is a team. It's not a one-person grandizing to make it seem as if I have all the solutions. This is why I'm part of this team, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we continue as a government to do what we need to do as a team, Mr. Speaker. As a Ministry of Youth, we've had challenges, Mr. Speaker. Elections matter. And we know that at the end of the day, what happened with our YRE program, funded by USAID. And I'm going to say to St. Lucians again, elections matter. Because when they decided to go back, look what happened to St. Lucia. Funding for the YRE program that dealt with disenfranchised young people in this country cut instantaneously. But I'm happy that as a ministry, we continue to have our community outreach, summer programs, and we continue as best as possible to deal with disenfranchised youth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government, Mr. Speaker, has done its part. Nothing was done, Mr. Speaker. Nothing, very little in that 6-year period. We've removed VAT and sports equipment, established semi-pro football, cricket, high performance, cricket center in the OACS. And so, sometimes I sit down and I wonder what politicians do and say that really cause young people to take a back seat in this nation. Mr. Speaker, when I was a candidate for the St. Lucia Labour Party, I went to every nook and cranny in my constituency and I spoke on the policies that I would like to see for young people. I spoke on how it is that we can develop sports in this country, Mr. Speaker. I spoke to people based on an idea, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we see for campaigning now is a concerted effort to go to every individual young person and not ask what they are doing to develop themselves, but to ask every young person what you get from the government, what you got from the MP, what the MP give you. There is no conversation about a vision for Grosley. No conversation about how you as a young person should get up and access the resources of government to develop your community, your constituency, and St. Lucia. But every conversation is about what can you just get? What you get? You get this, you get this, you get that. Well, I will give you this and I will give you that. Mr. Speaker, this was never my style of politics. And this can never be my style of politics. My conversations with young people is what talent, skill, and capability you have to develop yourself. And how can I, as your minister, in a practical and logical way, assist you in developing yourself, your community, your constituency, and St. Lucia? That is what I did, Mr. Speaker. But when you see the method of campaigning, the name calling, the hatred, the anger, the venom, Mr. Speaker, you wonder how it is that we can move this country in a positive way, how it is we can encourage young people to be better individuals if this is the rhetoric that we have, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be of a government that has helped with establishing the Grosley Northern Headquarters. The work continues, Mr. Speaker, because the infrastructure needs to be present to fight crime, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we did not see. All we saw was bulldozing, Mr. Speaker. What we have right now is development, Mr. Speaker. The infrastructure. Grosley Police Station, Mr. Speaker. Custody suites. Bulletproof vests for our police officers, Mr. Speaker. Bikes all over, Mr. Speaker. Vehicles to fight crime, Mr. Speaker. Upgrades to our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, for me, passing this legislation ensures that we extend our efforts in the region. We extend our efforts with our brothers and sisters because all CARICOM countries continue to face this scourge, not just St. Lucia. And so, Mr. Speaker, I unwaveringly endorse this bill to establish, Mr. Speaker, this CARICOM arrest warrant treaty. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr.
Minister for National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is an attempt, Mr. Speaker, to put in focus the situation regarding criminality and crime in the region and how we could use a tool, in that case, the CARICOM arrest warrant, to help to combat it or to help to improve the environment where we'd be able to assist in combating crime, Mr. Speaker. Part of that, Mr. Speaker, was individual governments have to do their thing and strengthen their internal systems, Mr. Speaker, so that strong units will make a strong CARICOM, Mr. Speaker. So St. Lucia decided that we would make the matter of crime prevention one of our focal points. And in this regard, we appointed a minister of crime prevention, Mr. Speaker. But to my amazement, the leader of the opposition, who in this discussion said he knew everything from where bullets were to when bullets came, everything, Mr. Speaker, but he only knew it now. He didn't know it when he was Prime Minister during the time, but he knew it now, Mr. Speaker. Everything. Knows where bullets are. Mr. Speaker, you know why the leader of the opposition has a problem with me? Because I know the history. I want to invite the leader of the opposition, and I know we have a mutual friend who will advise him too. When he's accusing people and calling people to account, he must know his history. I am not in the business of calling people's names in this parliament or even outside, Mr. Speaker. I want to invite the leader of the opposition to read the Carl Hudson Phillip report, if he ever knew about it. Read the Carl Hudson Phillip report, Mr. Speaker. You will see what is in there, and you will see, you will learn something about appointing people to high positions. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, ask somebody, both of us know. The Carl Hudson Phillip report. Read it. I'm sure the senior minister knows about it. Read it. You see what's in there. So when you go around and you accuse people and you say things about people and you imply these motives, you must be careful, Mrs. Speaker. Be careful. Be careful when you assassinate people's characters. Be careful. Here is what I said on the 4th of March when I appointed Jeremiah Norbert as Minister of National Security. And I quote, I don't have to make a document house, I can if you want. The government of St. Lucia seeks to enhance its crime reduction strategies through legislative and other means, including improving the efficiency of the legal and criminal justice system. The government is further attempting to enhance its crime reduction strategies by the appointment of a minister with responsibility for crime prevention, with the objective of working with all parties, including political parties, to prepare a multifaceted, comprehensive, and inclusive national plan to address the growing citizen security challenge. The minister is instructed and expected to work with all responsible partners to develop a comprehensive national plan to address the root cause of criminal activity, particularly murders, gun-related crimes, gang warfare, and rivalry. The intention is to work with and use all existing plans, strategies, documents, and organizations that aim at making our country a more peaceful place. It is not our intention to reinvent the wheel, but to use the best practices available to our situation. The government of St. Lucia believes crime is only reduced when all civil and religious organizations, including the media, are actively involved in crime suppression activities. I have assigned the portfolio of crime prevention to the newly appointed minister, Honorable Jeremiah Norbert, himself a former, youthful, successful law enforcement official who is tasked with leading this ministry and well placed to understand the complexities and challenges that young people in our society face. As minister in the office of the Prime Minister, Honorable Jeremiah Norbert will work closely with me in fighting this scourge of criminality. I will continue to hold the portfolio of national security. And I said, Mr. Speaker, I have full confidence, said a few things before, I have full confidence in the Honorable Jeremiah Norbert and the Cabinet of Ministers. Look forward to working with him as we remain focused on the development of our country. The addition to the Cabinet is expected to bring added focus to the importance that government pays to citizen security and improving lives of people in our country. We are determined to reduce the level of gun violence in St. Lucia. The new minister will be expected to focus on all suggestions, ideas, and methods that are aimed at crime prevention and reduction. I pledged to continue to provide the police with resources and equipment, while allowing them the operational space to bring this unacceptable situation to an end. I once more call on all St. Lucians to align myself with the necessary objective of making our island a safe place to live and work. The leader of the opposition says he did not know why the minister was appointed, and he was never told why the minister was appointed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition did a dangerous thing today. In his quest to be sensational, he used the word emotions. And I want him, Mr. Speaker, although sometimes he uses words, and I don't think maybe it's deliberate, he uses the word emotions as far as crime is concerned. Mr. Speaker, you know what? When you add emotions to crime, you know what you're calling for? Revenge, reprisals, defend yourself, hold your ground. That is what, when you add emotions, you know, Mr. Speaker, but in his quest again to call me, he uses these words, doesn't understand what he means, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know what causes many people to commit crime is emotions. Uncontrolled emotions, what they call lack of emotional intelligence. That's what causes it. That's a big, because people cannot control their emotions. They can't control their anger, because anger mixed with emotions. So when you call for war, when you call for people to go out there and be angry, you are telling people to lose control of their emotions, Mr. Speaker. And that is dangerous. I don't know if he meant that, but that's dangerous. When you speak about emotions and crime, it's a dangerous thing. And I want the leader of the opposition to think back on that. Think back, Mr. Speaker, and recant that. And know you should not use emotions in this gang business. You shouldn't use emotions in this reprisals business, Mr. Speaker, because you know everything. You know where bullets went, where bullets came from. You should know, Mr. Speaker. You should know that when you use the word emotions, you're using a serious word in the gang culture. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said, I call him a white man. I call him a white man. I will not go on a Bible and swear. The leader of the opposition called himself a white man. He said, I call him a white man. Now, Mr. Speaker, every day they say I do and I say. If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, you want me to say who called himself a white man? Can I?
Who I am? Yes, I am a businessman. I wanted white tourists to come down to my hotel. That's what the white man did. That didn't happen by accident. That's what the white man did. I want a St. Lucia that's so appropriate now, where we would not need a visa to come to America. I'm going to repeat myself again. That's what the white man did. We started the St. Lucia Jazz Festival in St. Lucia. We went and got sandals to come to St. Lucia. I wanted white tourists to come down to my hotel. That didn't happen by accident. That's what the white man did.
I call him a white man. I call him a white man. Mr. Speaker, you know, that is why they try to make me appear as if I double speak. But when I say something, they try. When they ask them, Mr. Speaker, they never give the full context. They take piece and piece there, like a big story. I say that I never tell press people to, that's not your business. Big story. I might broke the Virgin's back. But not, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, speaks about his security detail. Now, I would have thought that the opposition would exercise a little bit of prudence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition wants to choose his own security detail. The leader of the opposition was offered security detail. He said no. The leader of the opposition and the former prime minister, according to something that we have as a convention. And I must say, when I was leader of the opposition, they gave me the same convention, and I gave him the same convention too. But in his case, it's double, because he is a prime minister of the opposition. It's a convention which will follow. He was given a security detail and a vehicle. He refused to use a vehicle, that's okay. But the security detail, he wants to choose his own security detail, Mr. Speaker. He wants to choose it. And because he is not allowed to choose it, he blames me.
Member from Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. The detail that I want is the same detail I've had for the last 10 years. 10 years. And the fact is that the member was taken away from me with no proper explanation. And the Prime Minister knows that. We've discussed it.
Remember, how does that address what he just said?
Because it's
what
not I want my own detail. I want the same detail I've had.
But that, how does that change that you want who you want to choose? That's all he said.
The manner in which he said it, Mr. Speaker, as if I did not have a security before. I've had the same detail for 10 years. You left him there. It's only when the member from Cass 3 Central said that he should be removed, he was removed. And no explanation. How am I going to now see that there was political interference with my detail? I'm now going to accept new detail under those conditions, Mr. Speaker? No.
Minister of National Security.
Mr. Speaker, you see, how can you win in that situation? Mr. Speaker, security details do not work because of who you are. They don't work for who you are. When heads of state come from abroad, the security detail they are given, they don't know him. They are professionals. They are the best in the police force. They don't matter who you are. It's not your friend. It's not your alignment partner. It's your security detail. So once the security detail has been sanctioned, has been trained, Mr. Speaker, you ought to respect him as a professional. I did not know, I was not involved in taking your security detail. I was not involved. I don't mind. I don't know who is I do not care who is your security detail. No, I don't. But you know, because you judge me after yourself, you believe all what you do, I do. That's the problem with you. Because you know what bullet went here, who went there, because you get involved in all these little things, you think I do the same thing too. I'm above that. I run a country. I don't get involved in this little thing. I don't. You might believe it, but I don't. My security detail is chosen by the head of the special branch and the police commissioner. And I say I don't want him or I don't want her. I don't do it. When I was leader of the opposition, they assigned a security detail to me. When I became prime minister, they took him away. I never complained. They took him and put him somewhere else. Because people in the security detail are professionals. They have a certain protocol that they follow for everybody. So I don't understand why you must believe. You are too much, you like to play victim too much. Anybody in a special branch can be anybody's security detail. So again, Mr. Speaker, this is not right. Then he speaks about COVID, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the worst part of COVID was the Delta variant. They were predicting that there will be people dying on the streets and people dying in the corridor of Victoria Hospital at the time. And Mr. Speaker, the leader just says that we did not cooperate with him during COVID. I sat there and I said, we know, and the member for Cashew South can testify, we know some of these provisions are draconian, but because of the state of where we are, we will support, even though we know some of them are draconian. He said we did not cooperate with him during COVID, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he goes back in custody suites. Goes back in there. He goes back in there, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition never admits that he made an error. Never. He's perfect. Never. He justifies all his mistakes with some level of explaining that is normally either not true or inaccurate. So, Mr. Speaker, then he goes and speaks about the Caribbean Court of Justice. And when you try to help him and tell him, it was not the Attorney General who said that there was not a referendum needed, he argues with you. When you tell him he's wrong, he says an opinion is not something you can work on. You cannot work on an opinion. But all courts are made of opinions. That's what the justice system works on, opinions, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell him, on the 27th of March 2013, in the Court of Appeal, that was when the CCJ said, on a request from the Attorney General, that a referendum was not necessary. He says that's not true. Mr. Speaker, impacts. He was never there. He was never there. The leader of the opposition wasn't in public before the elections and he said that they had solved impacts. He said they solved it. Only when coming into office to find that never happened. That never happened. Mr. Speaker, but he said he solved it, but again, blame somebody else. Blame somebody else, not him. He wasn't there, not him. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the St. Lucian economy did the worst after COVID is because we said so. Not because that's a fact, but we said so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, then the leader of the opposition again, in a grandiose ideas, Interpol for CARICOM. Interpol for CARICOM, Mr. Speaker. All the time, not saying to the public that there already is, and you know, in matters of national security, you can't go along the streets and talk about and so on. There is already a center in Barbados that deals with all these issues, and Impacts is an organization that has in it several vetting bodies, several international bodies that deal with all these issues. But he wants to play smart. He knows something. Interpol for the Caribbean. What's Impacts doing? Mr. Speaker, Impacts is not the investigation, you know. Impacts is the body that carried out the investigation. It's a body that all solution. Right now, Mr. Speaker, I am the chairman of the RSS. I'm the chairman of the RSS. So the RSS exists together with Impacts, and they are the ones. So Impacts is a body, and what was the name of the vetting thing again? The vetting body for Impacts? The JRCC, which is a vetting body that deals with financial situations. All that already exists, and we contribute to it. St. Lucia is up to date in its contributions to all these organizations. So, Mr. Speaker, these things, he puts them together and pretends as if these are great ideas that he is putting together an Interpol for the Caribbean.
You never been for the North yet? Never.
Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that we can deal with that crime situation if we educate and empower, if we confront crime head on, if we work together, if we create safe communities, if we assist risk groups, we can deal with that issue. I will not come to this honorable house and castigate the police on the one hand because I want to get after a police officer. Because you do not fancy a police officer, you castigate him. You say all kinds of things about him. Tell me, which police officer you've ever heard me castigate? Ever? No matter, even when they wanted to arrest me because I knelt on Constitution Park. Even when orders were given to arrest me because I took part in a protest on Constitutional Park for Black Lives Matter, orders were given to arrest me. I've never called that police officer's name. I've never done anything to him, Mr. Speaker, never. And I'm Minister of National Security. So you talk about vengeance, but right here, we are sitting police officer. Every day you come, you attack him. Your members attack the commissioner. Your motive is revenge. That's why you talk about emotions. Revenge. Take revenge on people who you think did you what they were not supposed to do or who helped you to lose government. Take revenge on them, and that's dangerous. And I want to tell the people of St. Lucia, be careful with that revenge motive that is around the opposition. Revenge. Flog people. Flog them. Deal with them. Revenge. This is not the time for revenge. This is the time to try to get this country together. Elections will come. You will lose. So let's continue. Why are you doing that to the country? Why are you trying to burn the house to kill a rat? That's not necessary. You castigate people's characters. You say, when you finish, you come and you play sanctimonious. You take responsibility for nothing at all. You would do it. The House of Justice, the leader of the says that the House of Justice, the leader of the opposition knows very well the story of the House of Justice. He knows very well. The House of Justice was supposed, when they destroyed the custody suites, they said that they would build a House of Justice on the spot where the custody suites is and the police headquarters where the canteen was, etc., etc. There was a plan that I paid for, $1 million. $1 million. You know, because we haven't gone and given a chronicle of events, and so they fretted, say that, do this, do that. That's not what we're about. What we are about giving everybody who own crown lands for 40 years, making them homeowners. That's what we're about. We're not about going around crying and say, we found this, we found that, we're doing this, we're doing that. What he says is what we're doing. And I'll tell you something. You heard from the Minister of Sports the record of this government. And that is what the people of St. Lucia will understand. The record of this government. Because the leader of the opposition knows very well that they tried to develop this sport for 5 years. They tried to develop it. They went to Miami and they drank champagne and they cut a ribbon and said they were Royal Caribbean would have built a port for them. Isn't that true? Isn't that true, Mr. Leader of the Opposition? But you were in discussions with GPH. You started discussions with them. The same GPH that has built ports in Bahamas, in Antigua, one of the largest companies in the world in that business. But you come and you castigate them. You castigate them only because they did not get the project, did not come when you were Prime Minister. But if you become Prime Minister, the project will remain. It's not going to go away. It's going to stay. The House of Justice will remain. It's not going to disappear because you are Prime Minister. It will stay. You may enjoy it. You may enjoy the benefits of what we're doing now. You may enjoy it. But you are determined to throw hot water on it, to throw cold water on it, to throw gas, talk about emotions, get people annoyed, emotions, reprisals. That's what emotions are about. Reprisals. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that the Caribbean Arrest Warrant Treaty, Mr. Speaker, is another step in the right direction. And, Mr. Speaker, the other bill we're going to pass, I hope that all members will agree to pass, is another customs bill, Mr. Speaker. Another bill that will put regional things in context, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this double speaking and this flashing mirrors that the opposition is trying to bamboozle us, bamboozle Interpol for the Caribbean. Impacts is there, RSS is there, the Fusion Center is there, Interpol for the Caribbean. A grandiose vision. Mr. Speaker, and they talk about vision. Mr. Speaker, you know I can have a vision now to get up and go up in the sky. That's a vision.
And behind him is a television.
I can have a vision to do anything. Talk about vision. Vision must be based in reality. Vision must be based on action. Mr. Speaker, give me one evidence of vision in the years 2016 to 2021 that came to bear fruit. One.
Bananas to France.
Vision. Universal health care. Vision. Give everybody insurance. Not one document in the Ministry of Health about any insurance. Not one document. Not one. But one day you hear they give everybody $100,000 insurance package. The other one says $130,000. Not one document. What we're doing now about universal health care. The minister told you prostate tests, pap smears, maternal care. That's what we're doing. But I heard the headsby talk about something nobody has ever counted. The UWP achievements, $12 million of hospital debt has been paid. You know, nobody can show me. I challenge, and you will quote me again. Give me the figures that showed that you paid. That's what you said. You paid $12 million of hospital debt. But say all kind of things, and you hear more of that. Dreams. Mr. Speaker, I went to the Grocery police station, and when I went in there, I apologized to the police for the conditions that they were working in. You were there. I apologized to the police. I said men and women should not be working in these circumstances. At that time, they were pushing them around. Buy a building there. Do this. Do that. That place, I felt sorry for these men and women. But, Mr. Speaker, the sad thing is, when I left government, when we lost government, when the people of St. Lucia changed their minds, in the year 2016, when they changed their minds, NIPRO already had plans to build the Grozile Northern Police Headquarters. This government, for 5 years, don't tell me about COVID, because the plans, you also have meetings by Zoom. You also attack me for wearing my mask. You came and you attacked me for wearing mask. Remember that? You could have your meetings by Zoom. You could have all your plans by Zoom. You could have all your architects work by Zoom. And as soon as the pandemic was over, you could start building right away. Like other countries. No, nothing. 5 years. When we came into government, I went to Grozile and apologized, and I promised the police that I would give them a new headquarters. I promised them, and I'm very pleased to tell our members that all things being equal, the police will have their new northern headquarters before the end of this year. And when you try to live in an alternate reality, try and tell people that didn't happen. No, that's not true. That's not true. That don't exist. They're lying. And when they forget, they say they had plans already. One time it do exist. The next time they had plans already, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that the member for Castries South can boast, and I know he doesn't use the word boast, can boast, and on Thursday we'll make more announcements, and you say, the surrogates will say, these plans were there already, they were there already. He can boast that under his guidance, with the help of the private sector, the most tourism investment in this country for decades. And you can see it for yourself. Go and see it for yourself. Go and see it for yourself. But no, they say that don't exist. That's not true. That's not happening. There is no 500 rooms going up at Montpinal. That's not true. Things were never as hard in St. Lucia's before. Planes are coming in empty. A ticket from St. Lucia to Miami, because of demand and supply, is so expensive. But planes are coming in empty. But you can't get a room in a hotel. Trying to papi show shopping and tourism. Trying to papi show it as usual. Trying to papi show, oh, that's a good marketing idea. You can buy rice and flour. Cheapness, pettiness. Trying to make trying to ridicule an idea the same way they ridicule the youth economy. The same thing they did. They ridiculed the youth economy. Now the youth economy is a flagship agency improving the lives of thousands of young people in this country. And I'm very proud of the Youth Economy Agency, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of it. But the papi showed it. Remember on the campaign trail, the minister, the member for Castries South was pushing it. Papi show. No, nonsense. What you must do is build factory shells for young people to go and work. Nothing wrong in that. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong in that when they misquote me. Cut it and say I said so. That's what they do. Nothing wrong in that. Nothing wrong. And even under that system, we are having great success, because in the north of the country, very soon we are going to have how many young people? We are going to employ more than 500 young people for back office operations in the north of the country very shortly this week. So it's a dual thing. Jobs in the hotels, jobs in the call centers, but self-employment jobs. That's how we do it, Mr. Speaker. And these things are seen. And that is why the unemployment goes on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a shortage of skilled labor in this country. And that is why we are doing TVET education. to train young people, Mr. Speaker, to work in the jobs that are coming on stream, Mr. Speaker. But again, they want to deny it. Things have never been so bad. That's what they say every Sunday. Things have never been so bad. Mr. Speaker, you think in your hearts of hearts, you can say that this economy in St. Lucia has never been so bad? Now? Think about it. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue. We'll continue to labor on. We'll continue to do what is good and proper for the people of St. Lucia. We can and will continue to fight crime. And I got a message from somebody, but I will not read the message because I know they're going to misinterpret it. Mr. Speaker, look at that. Look at how these guys call people's names and call for revenge on people. The member for Cashew South said that whilst the brutality is going in town, somebody was on their phone calling and rejoicing. Right away, he accused somebody. Right away. I mean, this is really sad, you know. Right away, he called somebody's name. Right away. Ou pas bon Dieu. Ou aime garder, mais ou pas garder. Mais il pas garder. Kapal about oublier ek bolom. Mais ou connaît on tellement sévère. Ou connaît tellement bail. On connaît ça en qui monde qui font bail et que pas me connaître. Pas me connaître. On connaît ça en monde fait. Et que pas me connaître monde. So he calls somebody's name right away. Right away he accuses somebody. Right away. You do not know who made the call. You don't know who the call was made for. You do not know the problem with the leader of your opposition. He always believes he knows what is happening in other people's situations. He came this morning and he said about the Labour Party looking for confusion. The Labour Party, not in no confusion. We are all united. We're not in no confusion. Don't look for confusion among us. In the beginning you said that Hill and me would fight. I'll tell you a big story. Richard Frederick would mash up the government. King would mash up the government. He and me would be in fight. I wouldn't be able to control Richard Frederick. I don't control nobody. I work with men and women. I don't control them. I'm not a control freak. I believe in consensus and I believe in discipline, not control. Yeah, you can't control Richard Fredericks. Can't control him. What I'm to control him for? The man's a big man. Yeah, you understand? That is what they know. So, confusion. So, a whole story about the Labour Party. What you're looking for in the Labour Party, you will not find it. You will not find it. What you are predicting will not happen. And the candidates that we have will never call their leader reckless. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to give effect to the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty and related matters.
Clause 2
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Purpose of this act.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Designated participating members.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Application of this act.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Applicable offense.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Part 1, clauses 7 to 37.
CARICOM arrest warrant.
Part 1, clauses 7 to 37 stands part of the bill. Part 2, clauses 38 to 42.
Miscellaneous.
Part 2, clause 38 to 42 stands part of the bill. Schedule 1.
Applicable offense.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Schedule 2.
St. Lucia Coat of Arms CARICOM Arrest Warrant Act. Form of CARICOM Arrest Warrant. CARICOM Standard. CARICOM Arrest Warrant.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and that the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister of National Security.
Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Act 2025.
Minister for Finance.
I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Customs Control and Management Amendment.
Customs Control and Management Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Finance to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the bill for consideration is a Customs Control Management Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the bill provides for amendment to the Customs Control and Management Act, Cap 15.05, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Customs Control and Management Act basically deals with a notion of advance ruling, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is based basically on a notion of advance ruling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, St. Lucia ratified the World Trade Organization, WTO, Trade Facilitation Agreement, as I said, in 2015, which officially entered into force on February 22nd, 2017, following ratification by 2/3 of the WTO membership. The Trade Facilitation Agreement is a binding multilateral trade agreement among members of the WTO, which is designed to address the burdensome border requirements and to ultimately make it easier and more cost-effective for traders to participate in international trade. Advance ruling is a requirement under Article 3 of the Trade Facilitation Agreement, which requires members to issue advance rulings on the tariff classification and origin of goods. Article 3 of the TFA, the Trade Facilitation Agreement, defines advance ruling as a written decision provided by a member, typically the Customs Administration, to the applicant prior to the importation or exportation of a good covered by the application, that sets forth the treatment that the member shall provide to the good at the time of importation with regards to 1, the goods tariff classification, and 2, the origin of the good. Put simply, an advance ruling is a written binding determination by customs to an applicant on matters such as tariff, classification, and origin of goods. Advance ruling is only applicable to custom areas which directly affect tax liability, meaning customs duties, Mr. Speaker, etc. The Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill and the Customs Advance Ruling Regulations will cover 2 customs areas: tariff classification and 2, origin of goods, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about ease of doing business, and that is another means, Mr. Speaker, of trade facilitation and ease of doing business, Mr. Speaker, between states. Another move which is long overdue and which has been called, our partners have been asking us for it for a long time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many benefits to having an advance rulings programs. Predictability and legal certainty. Traders can anticipate duty liabilities and regulatory requirements before importation and exportation, Mr. Speaker. That means, Mr. Speaker, that if you are importing a good from another state or you're exporting a good, you'll be able to know exactly how much you have to pay in terms of customs duties. Certainty, exactly what you'll have to pay, so the trade will be facilitated much easier, Mr. Speaker. Advance rulings foster trust between customs and traders, since rulings provide more consistent treatment of customs transactions. Consistency, Mr. Speaker. This in turn encourages compliance by traders. Advance rulings allow customs to monitor and improve compliance to risk assessment. Customs can focus on monitoring goods in which decisions on treatment have not yet been made. Makes it more certain, Mr. Speaker, for the customs to deal with imports and exports. Advance rulings foster greater participation of small and medium-sized enterprises in international trade. Small and medium-sized enterprises often lack the means and expertise that larger companies have in determining issues like classification and origin. Advance rulings can therefore provide these determinations, Mr. Speaker. Again, ease of doing business, trade facilitation, Mr. Speaker. You know exactly there's consistency in how duties and tariffs are applied, Mr. Speaker. Dispute reduction. There will be fewer appeals and post-clearance disputes regarding classification and origin of goods, Mr. Speaker. Dispute reduction, Mr. Speaker. Again, less conflict, because before you export or import, you know exactly what you have to pay. You know exactly what duties you have to pay. You know under what headings your goods are classified. So again, there will be less dispute, Mr. Speaker. and also alignment with international standards. Position St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, when we pass this bill, St. Lucia will be further positioned as a current, transparent, and facilitative customs administration, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, consistency, modernization of the trade relations between import relations and trade between St. Lucia and the rest of the world, Mr. Speaker. We already have a CET, Mr. Speaker. Under the CET, there is certainty as to goods that come from CARICOM, but we are extending, Mr. Speaker, to an advanced ruling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently, St. Lucia does not provide for an advanced ruling regime. Therefore, the Customs and Control Management Act of the revised of St. Lucia must be amended, and that's what we are doing now. We are amending the Customs Control and Amendment Act, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate the issuance of binding advanced rulings, Mr. Speaker, when they are asked to ask for, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that's another step in the government modernizing commerce, modernizing trade, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, the Customs Department, Mr. Speaker, has not been perfect. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, the Customs Department have been trying their best to make their contribution to the revenue intake of this country, Mr. Speaker. And I applaud them for that, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, you may recall that the government has also tried its best to facilitate the Customs Department in many ways. And the biggest facilitation is when the Customs Department will be given a brand new building from which they'll operate from in the near future, Mr. Speaker. Because we understand their plight as far as space is concerned for customs administration, Mr. Speaker. We've done a few things, but you know, it's not in my business to say how we've worked with customs. All I can say, Mr. Speaker, is generally, Mr. Speaker, because there can be no perfect system. Generally, Mr. Speaker, the Customs Department has been fulfilling its mandate. There will always be need for improvement. There will always be need for improvement, Mr. Speaker. We know that there are some issues that we have to ratify. We have to work with. There is no perfect system, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, again, I have never made any statement about these accusations that have made upon me about customs officers. These accusations. Mr. Speaker, do you know? Do you know, Mr. Speaker, the accusations that are made about me and customs, controllers of customs, Mr. Speaker? These accusations, Mr. Speaker. But that's not the right time. Because, you know, I will not even have to defend myself. I don't have to defend myself. The people of Cassius East will defend me. And every day they come. Pierre in trouble. Pierre in trouble. We win in this time. Pierre. I'll tell you something. This election, next year, I will win my seat the best I have ever done in my history. This election. I will win my seat better than I have ever done this election. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all I'll say about customs and customs controllers. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Mr. Speaker, I'll say one thing. The present customs controller, I never even knew him. I never knew him. I'd never set my sights on the gentleman, the present the controller of customs. I knew him when he became controller of customs. But you know, they always judge people after themselves.
Exactly. If I had to...
Must just ask him to remove him. And when you meet him, you can ask him. He probably knew me because I was a politician. But, Mr. Speaker, that's for another show. These accusations, that's for another show. That's for another show. So, Mr. Speaker, I will ask members to support the Customs Control and Management Amendment Act, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate and to modernize the trading system in St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill be read a second time. Member for Soufrière Forces.
Mr. Speaker, it's very late in the evening, but I believe as the Minister for Commerce, I need to say a few words on the bill presented here. On behalf of the business community, I need to say that I welcome this new piece of legislation. I am aware, based on continuous meetings with the business community, that the ease of doing business is high up on the agenda of the business community. At the Ministry of Commerce, we have continuous interaction with the Customs Department as well as SLASPA and other ports of entry persons dealing with this. We are working at the same time on the single window. We are hoping very clearly to get a common platform that we can serve the business community more efficiently. So the bill before us, which is the advance ruling, is one that is also going to facilitate trade, to simplify things. And all I can say is I am very grateful that we have reached that stage. I support the bill before us. And all I can say to the business community is that you have a government that is continually working for you to ensure that as we have greater efficiencies, we also know that we are going to give you an opportunity to reduce the cost of operations. It is an issue that is high up for us. I know it is, what I would say, it's troubling. We have, for example, especially for the single window, we have been wrestling for more than 10, 12 years in terms of trying to solve this. It is still on the front burner. So this evening, I want to support this piece of legislation before us, and I want to say thank you to the members of the controller and staff of the Customs Department for the work that they do. Mr. Speaker, I support this piece of legislation before us.
Minister for Finance.
Would just ask our members to support this rather important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, to improve doing business, part of the improvement for doing business in St. Lucia. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of their opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Customs Control and Management Act, Cap 15.05.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Insertion of new Part 4A.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 141.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Finance Minister? Your microphone.
Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Customs Control and Management Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Customs Control and Management Amendment Act 2025.
Senior Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Electricity.
Electricity.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be presented at the next, for second reading, at the next or subsequent meeting of the Honourable House.
Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Serbia and the Government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports.
Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Serbia and the Government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for External Affairs to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Serbia and the Government of St. Lucia on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic and official passports. Mr. Speaker, countries sign visa waiver agreements primarily to facilitate tourism, business travel, and diplomatic exchanges, thereby promoting economic growth, cultural understanding, and stronger bilateral relations. These agreements reduce bureaucratic barriers, making it easier, Mr. Speaker, for citizens to travel without the need for lengthy visa procedures and processes which can enhance people-to-people contact, connections, and foster mutual trust. Additionally, visa waivers can streamline international cooperation on security and law enforcement matters by encouraging regular, transparent engagement while all the while, Mr. Speaker, boosting economic benefits through increased travel and trade. Serbia represents an important partner for St. Lucia in the field of development cooperation, with tangible benefits already being realized. Notably, several St. Lucian students are currently studying in Serbia under the World in Serbia Scholarship Program, which provides fully funded opportunities for tertiary education. This not only supports St. Lucia's human resource development, but also strengthens long-term educational and cultural linkages. Beyond scholarships, Mr. Speaker, Serbia has a rich tradition in the performing arts and sports, areas that complement St. Lucia's own creative economy strategy and offers avenues for cultural exchange and capacity building. Technical cooperation is another area of potential. Serbia has developed strong expertise in ICT, civil aviation, and governance reform, which could be adapted to support St. Lucia's institutional strengthening. The visa waiver agreement therefore facilitates smoother mobility for students, officials, and cultural envoys, while also encouraging Serbian participation in regional events hosted in the Caribbean. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, building closer ties with Serbia also enhances St. Lucia's visibility within Europe, creating new channels for cooperation, investment, and even reciprocal support in multilateral settings. By leveraging the agreement, St. Lucia can consolidate its existing educational ties and broaden cooperation into culture, sports, ICT, and public administration, areas that are directly aligned with national development priorities in this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I call upon honorable members to, of course, grant their approval for this bill to pass. This diplomatic relations between St. Lucia and Serbia was established on November 13th, 2019.
Honourable members, the question is that the agreement between the government of the Republic of Serbia and the government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports be read a second time. Member from Miko South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the minister has several of these to go through. I'll save time and speak to them if you give me permission, Mr. Speaker. Indonesia, India, Brazil, I have no difficulties. I'm really hoping, though, that the approvals of these reciprocal agreements, while I know will certainly enhance our CIP power of our passport, but I'm also hoping they're going to come with a strategic relationship, meaning that we're looking to invite Indians, Indonesians, and Brazilians to invest in St. Lucia. I know that Brazil has had an embassy here for some time. And likewise, I hope that we're going to do things to facilitate St. Lucians to be able to go to those countries. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that the decision to go with Georgia and Serbia at this point are a little bit concerning to the opposition, Mr. Speaker. No, we've been waiting for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the member from Labrie, to maybe be a little bit less of an economist and maybe a bit more as a Minister of Foreign Affairs. Because we have some critical issues that are affecting us right now, Mr. Speaker. There are clearly a lot of speculation and trepidation that's taking place with regards to what is happening with the United States and also with what's happening in the EU and our Schengen visa. I know last time it appeared that I jumped the gun to say that the EU had already made a decision. What I was trying to say is that the EU was putting steps in place in order to make decisions about the issuance of Schengen visa quicker. So in essence, they had gone to Parliament or going to Parliament on September 13th to consider a proposal that a committee of the EU can make a decision about whether in fact to keep or revoke Schengen visas to states they may have concerns with. I bring up Georgia and Serbia in particular, Mr. Speaker, because the member spoke about their closeness to Europe. They're only physically close to Europe. In fact, Serbia, if I'm not mistaken, has applied to become a member of the EU since 2009 and have not, to date, Mr. Speaker, been successful. In fact, when you go through articles and you read reports, you'll see that the Western countries in particular have had concerns about the rule of law governments and the authenticity of documentation that's coming out of those countries. And these are the exact same things, Mr. Speaker, that the US government and the Europeans and the British have all alluded to with regards to the CIP programs in the OECS countries. And we recently saw what happened in Grenada, which didn't have anything to do with CIP. It was all to do with their stance on Cuba. We've also seen the US in the last 48 hours, Mr. Speaker, take away waivers that St. Lucians, Dominicans, Antiguans, and Kittians benefit from. And we've lost those. And there's a suggestion by many that there is a further action being taken place. I think if I read correctly, that the US was contemplating putting on a bond for persons who are going to be applying for a US visa from the CIP countries of the OECS. I say that because I'm wondering whether in fact that was considered in this, and whether in fact we're only exposing ourselves further, because we're really saying now that Serbians and Georgians can come to St. Lucia visa-free. That's not what you're saying? A visa waiver.
It's for a particular category, no?
Diplomats and normal passports.
No, official passports.
Only official passports. Fair enough. Okay. My apologies. Okay, I read it that it was diplomatic passports, and when I said official passports, I interpreted it as being our standard passport. So this is only for diplomats. Okay. Then I have no reservations on supporting this bill on diplomats. But it's something that we need to be very concerned, and I'm hoping that the minister, will give us a report very soon on what is taking place with the Schengen visa and also the US visas, and whatever discussions he's had with the British as well. Thank you.
Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, given the fact that this very simple exercise did not generate any debate, and I think what was said would, in that context, be de minimis. So I would conclude my presentation this evening by just thanking honorable members, for the approval of granting visa waivers to diplomats so that we facilitate a smoother flow and continue to establish our bonds of friendship and explore ways of improving the scenario that we're in by trying to match our basic needs with greater possibilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the agreement between the government of the Republic of Serbia and the government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to give effect to and provide for the implementation of the agreement between the government of the Republic of Serbia and the government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Force of law.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Period of stay.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Condition of stay.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Suspension of agreement.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Amendment of schedule.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Regulations.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Schedule.
Agreement between the government of the Republic of Serbia and the government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports.
Schedule stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Oh, I don't know yet. I'll check them when I come. I'll check them when I come. Let me see. Honourable members, I beg to report that the agreement between the government of the Republic of Serbia and the government of St. Lucia on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic and official passports bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the agreement between the government of the Republic of Serbia and the government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the agreement between the government of the Republic of Serbia and the government of St. Lucia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic and official passports, Act 2025.
Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement between Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic and official passports.
Agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic and official passports.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for External Affairs to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic and official passports. Mr. Speaker, Indonesia and St. Lucia established diplomatic relations officially on the 2nd of February 1994. In keeping with the government's foreign policy ambitions to deepen diplomatic relations with non-traditional partners, the Ministry of External Affairs has engaged the Indonesian authorities to explore areas of possible bilateral cooperation. Thus far, the fruits of these engagements include training, sports tourism, and there is a feasibility study on coconut derivatives business incubator. A delegation from Indonesia in July concluded a 7th-day visit to St. Lucia, where a feasibility study was undertaken under a grant program aimed at supporting the establishment and development of a business incubator for the coconut derivatives industry. Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that this is a very straightforward request. It is simply to allow diplomats to come to our country and we can visit the country with no encumbrances. So I commend the bill to members of this honorable House, and I'm expecting approval with unanimous acclamation.
Honorable members, the question is that the agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemptions for the holders of diplomatic and official passports. I now put the question. As many as their opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to give effect to and provide for the implementation of agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic or official passports and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Application.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Force of law.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Period of stay.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Condition of stay.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Suspension or renewal of agreement.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of schedule.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Regulations.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Schedule.
Agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemption for the holders of ordinary passports.
Schedule stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemptions for the holders of diplomatic and official passports went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemptions for the holders of diplomatic and official passports be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as with opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of Indonesia on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic or official passports, Act 2025.
Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement between Government of St. Lucia and Government of Georgia on visa exemptions for the holders of ordinary, diplomatic, official, and service passports.
Agreements between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of Georgia on visa exemption for the holders of ordinary, diplomatic, official, and service passports.
Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for External Affairs to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement between Government of St. Lucia and Government of Georgia on visa exemptions for the holders of ordinary, diplomatic, official, and service passports. Mr. Speaker, the rationale has been clearly established in the case of the two previous submissions to this House, and at this juncture, I would commend this particular bill to the House as we attempt to strengthen diplomatic relations across the globe, to create an improved framework, again, to match our basic needs with greater possibilities. Only recently, Mr. Speaker, one of the diplomats who's based in Washington wanted to come to St. Lucia. wanted to take his family, because in our engagements, you know, we always speak about St. Lucia. He reads about St. Lucia. And unfortunately, because of those encumbrances, those diplomats could not have visited our shores. And I think today would be a victory for justice in that regard, an opportunity for us to remove encumbrances to facilitate greater contact between diplomats in St. Lucia and, of course, in the international community, as well as St. Lucia enjoying the benefits of increased visitor arrivals.
Honourable members, the question is that agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of Georgia on visa exemptions for the holders of ordinary, diplomatic, official, and service passports be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to give effect to and provide for the implementation of agreements between the government of St. Lucia and the government of Georgia on visa exemption for the holders of ordinary, diplomatic, official, and service passports.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Application.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Force of law.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Period of stay.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Condition of stay.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Suspension of agreements.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of schedules.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Regulations.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Schedule 1.
Agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of Georgia on visa exemption for the holders of ordinary passports.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Schedule 2.
Agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of Georgia on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic, official, and service passports.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of Georgia on visa exemption for the holders of ordinary, diplomatic, official, and service passports went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of Georgia on visa exemption for the holders of ordinary, diplomatic, official, and service passports be read a third time and passed. And now put the question. As many as of their opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the agreements between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of Georgia on visa exemption for the holders of ordinary passports and the holders of diplomatic, official, and service passports Act 2025.
Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Federative of the Republic of Brazil on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports and the short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports.
Agreements between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Federative Republic of Brazil on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports, and for the short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the Standing Order 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for External Affairs to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as without opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Agreement between Government of St. Lucia and the Government of Brazil on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports and the short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports. Mr. Speaker, again, in keeping with our willingness to remove encumbrances in our whole engagement with Brazil, we are recommending that we provide the visa waiver. Brazil has been a very good friend of St. Lucia over the years, Mr. Speaker, having established diplomatic relations from the year of independence, 1979. We have cooperated with Brazil on a multiplicity of levels. Most of our development priorities, like health, agriculture, education, to name a few, Mr. Speaker, and we have ongoing programs with Brazil, and so I call upon honorable members to give their support to the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Federative of the Republic of Brazil on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports and the short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports, bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as their opinion say aye. As many as a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to give effect to and provide for the implementation of the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Federative Republic of Brazil on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports, and for the agreement on short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports of citizens of the Federative Republic of Brazil and St. Lucia.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Application.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Force of law.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Period of stay.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Condition of stay.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Suspension of agreements.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Amendment of schedules.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Regulations.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Schedule 1.
Agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Federative Republic of Brazil on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passport.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Schedule 2.
Agreement on short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports of citizens of the Federative Republic of Brazil and St. Lucia.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the agreement between Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Federative of the Republic of Brazil on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports and the short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Federative of the Republic of Brazil on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports and the short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the agreements between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Federative Republic of Brazil on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic, official, or service passports and for the short-stay visa waiver for holders of ordinary passports, Act 2025.
Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled The Agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and Government of the Republic of India on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic or official passports.
Agreements between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of India on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic or official passports.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the Standing Order 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for External Affairs to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled The Agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of India on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic or official passports. Again, Mr. Speaker, it is the very same procedure for a traditional friend, India, that we have been cooperating with for decades in the field of education, community development projects, etc. And I can recall, Mr. Speaker, when the world was all locked down and there was massive fears all around the globe regarding COVID, India, despite its own internal challenges, made vaccines available to us in response to fighting COVID. And we can never, ever forget a friend like India. They had needs in their own country given the size of their population, but they thought of us in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, as we develop our South-South cooperation in a bigger way, we are strengthening the internal machinery of that level of cooperation. And so I recommend to this august chamber that we proceed to embrace the bill presented.
Honourable members, the question is that the agreement between the government of St. Lucia and the government of the Republic of India on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic or official passports bill be read a second time. Now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to give effect to and provide for the implementation of the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of India on visa exemption for the holders of diplomatic or official passports and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Application.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Force of law.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Period of stay.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Clause 6.
Condition of stay.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Visas for assignments.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Suspension of agreement.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Amendment of schedule.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Regulations.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Schedule.
Agreement between the Government of the Republic of India and the Government of St. Lucia on exemption for visa requirement for holders of diplomatic and official passports.
Schedule stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of India on visa exemptions for holders of diplomatic or official passports bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for External Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of India on visa exemption for holders of diplomatic or official passports bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as that opinion say aye. As many as our contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the agreement between the Government of St. Lucia and the Government of the Republic of India on visa exemption for the holders of Diplomatic or Official Passports Act 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stands adjourned sine die.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
Parliament for today, Tuesday, August 19th. It was a long day, and to give you a quick summary of what transpired today. There was a motion to have feminine hygiene products be permanently established as zero-rated goods. In addition, there was a resolution that photovoltaic systems, that's relating to solar panels, and the systems would be extended, it would be granted VAT exemption for an additional period of 1 year to end on the first day of August 2026. There were a couple of bills that were presented by the Prime Minister, namely the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. There was also an electricity bill that was done for first reading. There were, what we just witnessed, several bills regulating or minimizing travel arrangements between St. Lucia and several of its diplomatic, several countries that have established diplomatic relations between the two countries, between St. Lucia, and several of some South countries, including Serbia, Indonesia, and basically what those bills sought to do was to just remove the waiver remove the waivers for travel, visa requirements for holders of diplomatic passports and holders of official passports. And of course, those bills were presented by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Alva Baptiste. So just a quick summary of what transpired in the House today. Mike?
Eh bien, nous sommes venus au bout de cette session qui était assez longue, avec chaque discussion était plutôt assous. Ça nous rappelle c'est discussion assous bagaille qu'on fait la situation VAT avec aussi la discussion à sous-affaires, en chaque discussion à sous-affaires, agrément pour arrêter les affaires criminelles. Il était mis en malgré à aller casser, mais en chaque discussion. Mais en particulier, je voulais dire, je suis bien content pour moi en présentation, même pas la proposé à cette situation. C'était, oui, les affaires criminelles. C'est fait une bonne présentation qu'a dit le ministre qui travaille pour empêcher la situation criminelle de développer. Eh bien, ça c'était en journée qui était longue en pile, avec nous bien contents qu'il finit avec nous. Il a dit merci un peu pour rester puis nous. C'est en journée, nous avons dit pour dormir. Mais quand même, nous avons ici à la station de télévision MTN changé, jeudi, nous avons vu ici pour session Sénégal.